Well, welcome back to the Hotel Orloff. 47 minutes, 47 seconds rather, until we begin today's historic broadcast brought to you in color from the Gratu Orloff Studios here in Rural Retreat, Virginia. Through the courtesy of the Elon Musk satellite system, we are bringing you this live broadcast, the historic comic book box opening. Yes, indeed. So with no further ado, it's time to begin. Welcome back to the Hotel Orloff. It is December 27th, 2024, the year of our Lord. Okay. Where's my box cutter? Ah, yes. Got a lot to do today. And, wow, there's 2 people watching. Incredible. Let's get some lights going, man. It's a dark, dreary day, man. It's raining outside. Well, it's good that I went outside, man. The package, it's raining out there, and they had put the package up on top of a recycling uh, trash can, so it wouldn't be on the ground. But still, let's get this unboxed. And then I got to go to the post office because there's something in the box that was sent to me through my error. I thought I didn't. I thought I didn't have it, and it turns out I do have it. And so Kevin accidentally sent me his personal copy, and so I got to send that back to him. Oh man, this is from Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona. I just want to get it out of this box as soon as possible. Man. I don't want to cut off any more fingers today. Oh. Inside, there's boxes within boxes. It's like one of those Russian things where you little dolls where you. This is a butterfly mailer. Is that what they call them? It was inside the box. Oh man. Okay. Let's see what people are saying. My wife's saying hello, everyone. Last Frontier Comics says good morning. Hello, Scott. My wife says buenos dias. Okay, so I can already tell there were some extra stuff included in the package. Probably because he needed to fill up space in this giant box, and he's just being nice. Uh, my God, he sent me this Mr. Potato Head, Mr. Spock. Can you believe that? I'm sure Leonard Nimoy is proud. 15 interchangeable parts. Includes a surprise original potato head. A surprise original potato head. What does that mean? Okay, fantastic. And he sent me this Princess Leia figure. It's its 50th anniversary. Boy, that makes me feel old. And then there were a couple of books I saw that he had, and he said, "Well, I haven't priced those yet, or I don't know where those are." And it looks like he knew exactly where they are because he sent them to me just free. This Justice League, I was just such a great cover. Maybe I should move and get better light. Is this music too loud, perhaps? I'm just assuming the music of Lucien Hitu on the organ is not going to get me a copyright claim, but who knows? It may ruin the entire video. Let me turn it down a little bit. Drew doesn't like when I turn down the music of Lucien Hito. And he also sent me this All Star Comics 59, which I'm going to check. I may have this, but it's always good to have a backup copy. And this was in a bunch of stuff that he was getting rid of, going through. Most people wouldn't want this because of the condition. Most the speculator type people, but all this early revival of All Star Comics in the mid '70s, man, I'm still pissed because I'm missing the first appearance of Power Girl from my collection. Somebody back when we were living in Texas got into a box and took that, and apparently also a DVD of Alien and a couple other movies. I was going to watch with my wife because she hadn't seen Alien, and I can easily replace a DVD of Alien, but you know, can't stand that, man. Okay, so there's a box within the box. And so I've got to save this to send back. Well, there may be another box like this inside of here, but this I've got to go right to the post office here before too long and send him his facsimile of Horror Monsters back, which will be in this box. So inside, it's a box from Penguin Random House. All this was inside this big giant diamond box. So the packaging, when you order something from Gotham City Comics, I mean, this could have been out in that rain for hours and hours, and it wouldn't have gotten to the books inside. His packaging is as good as, if not better, than mycomicshop.com. So you never have to worry about that. I got a couple of comics here and more down here. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got. It's like a big bag containing lots of other comics. I don't know. This must be a bag that's meant for graphic novels or something to be this thick. I got this sticker from John Gores included in there. That's the original artwork, hand drawn on there. Okay. This is a facsimile that just came out of Green Lantern number 59. This just came out like last week. So it's a facsimile of a comic from, I think, about 1968. Is that right? This character would come back in the 80s, and I wasn't really reading the comics, the DC comics, that this character, when he came back, this Guy Gardner character, they brought him back with a stupid fishbowl haircut, and everyone says he's a great sarcastic character, uh, and he's in this new Superman movie. But originally he just had a normal haircut. I don't know why they decided to go with that. These facsimiles of DC Comics are really pretty well done. It feels like newsprint paper. Um, Originally, this was 1967, I believe. What is the matter, Drew? 1968. So you've got the original ads. So why did they do that? Why do they have to make him? It's an ad for Aurora Model Motoring. Now the ads tend to look a little like color copies, more so than the artwork, because they have access to the original artwork, or at least stats of it. But I don't know. Whoa. It's all right. It's all right. Um, this dog is making me nervous. What's wrong? Is there something under the? I think something's under the cushion that Drew needs. What could it be? There's something's up. Let's see what's going on. What's the matter, Drew? You need something in there? What is that? What is that thing? Oh, it's a dog treat. There's a dog treat caught in the cushions of the couch. That must have been from a few days ago when my wife and I were down here watching something. I don't remember. Yeah, now she's happy with her dog treat there. See, I was wondering what's going on. See this ad for the creeper. I don't know if you can tell the black of the silhouette of the creeper, the shadow of him is just kind of not real black. It's all right. I'm being very hypercritical of things. I And this Roman soldier's ad is slightly too yellow, but I'm being very critical. I'm very grateful that these are being made. So I've never read this issue of Green Lantern. I guess I figured Guy Gardner was some new creation that had been inflicted on. See, the thing is, DC, I thought was perfect in the Silver Age, and then they decided they would destroy everything and make with the Crisis on Infinite Earths and say all the alternate Earths are there's just one Earth, and that's when all the fun went away for me, and I wasn't interested in reading. I was just protesting. Plus, I was in college and I had better things to do than to read comics. Um, so, but luckily, the comics got bad about that time. So I lucked out that comics in the mid '80s, and then by the '90s, they were just a complete train wreck. But the Guy Gardner, I don't know, he just looked too stupid. And then they did that to the Human Torch. You know, John Byrne drew a fishbowl kind of ridiculous haircut on Johnny Storm, who was a hot rodder, would never have worn his hair in that foo-foo way. Okay, here's a Trump 2024 comic. The mailman has just come back. Pauline thinks that Drew is a great communicator. Yeah. Um, um, it's a history of freedom. Okay, the mailman, that was a special delivery. They come in a private car and deliver these big packages. That must be the regular mailman. So I need to go out there and see if anything came from my wife because she's expecting some stuff. This is a little bit this what this is really cool. It's the history of the United States. But it's the history of the United States, but it's not like the adventures of Donald Trump. It's not like Donald Trump starring in a comic. Now, if you want that, you've got to get this comic. I think it's called Space Force, where Donald Trump's in an astronaut suit and he's a hero. There's some other Trump comics that are done by people that hate Trump, but that Space Force one, I've got it. I'll try to show it to you later. Is really great. But what this is. Uh, the whole history of the United States, right up world, yeah, to the landing on the moon. Um, what this is kind of like there were two bicentennial Treasury editions. One was from Marvel, and it was a Captain America big tabloid-sized comic that came out in 1976, and I remember Kirby drew that. And then there was there was a Superman one that had Superman with the eagle on the cover of it. I'll show you this in a minute also because I have them upstairs. Um, Inside were reprints of Tomahawk, a Silver Age comic book about the 1700s, and it was bait and switch. It wasn't really a Superman book. It was old reprints. And it looks like Trump's only on the cover. But that's cool. It's got this opening from Donald Trump here, and then it goes through the entire history of the United States. Um, it's this would be a great comp to give to kids to teach them the history of the United States. I think this is a. I'm proud to own this comic. Um, but it doesn't have Donald Trump acting in it. Oh, I got to go to the mailman. The mailman has just come back. I meant come by. Well, Drew is a Gemini LOL ruled by Mercury. Mercury is the messenger of the gods. Look at this amazing Spider Man 48. I have one of these already that I got from Kevin, but it's all beat up. But this one's in real good shape. Um, he has a 5.0 on the back. Okay, well, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, man. We got to see what's out there. Could be something wonderful out there. I'm not going to take the phone outside because it's raining. There's no mail in the mailbox. So, um, so it could be in the other mailbox in the garage. So we'll go look there. I wish he realized his phone is waterproof. Yeah, I wouldn't bet on that. Pauline Dell says, it looks like Gratu forgot about the pause button. My wife says, can't do that when he's live. I can only do that's when I'm doing a pre-recorded show. I'm going to experiment with that soon, the pause button. So this is an original Vampirella poster that Pete the Cat destroyed. Um, I kind of put it back together a little bit, laminated it, but I got a fake one from Harris that's down in the basement hanging up. But my wife and I looked to see what does it cost to get an original one, and they're like, I don't know, they're selling them for $300 now. Um, sorry, maybe if it's the garage because I saw a mail lady walk that way. How does a male lady walk? Should or as opposed to a female lady? Just be funny. Anyway, so those are going for a lot of money, $300, $500. Pete the cat accidentally closed the door in the middle bedroom upstairs where we used to live while I was at work and was trapped in the room all day. He closed the door and that poster was on the inside of the door, so he was clawing at the door like he's in some trapped inside a tomb, like some Edgar Allan Poe story, and and he caused the poster to come down, and he kept clawing and ripping the poster. So, uh, so much for an original 1972 Warren poster, but that kind of stuff happens. Oh, there is actually a mail letter here. What could it be? What could it be now? Well, it's from Capital One. I just realized the restaurant we go to every Friday is going to be open because it's not any holiday interfering tonight. Oh, they're see if you're pre-approved for a platinum Capital One card. No, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, man. And we're back. My wife goes, no, LOL. She's really wanting something that's coming to her from somewhere, some kind of thing, object she ordered. Well, we don't need a credit card, that's for sure. Ah, 14 people watching. Man, it's so great to be a famous social influencer. Man. Okay, plug you fellers back in. Nosferatu's perfume from Scentbird. She ordered a sample of Nosferatu perfume, and I said, "What does that smell like? Like a damn dead corpse?" She says it's supposed to smell like the smell when it first starts raining on a summer day or something, which is probably the smell of what do you call that? Um, I can't think of the damn word. It's I forgot the word. Doesn't matter. Okay. Um, okay, fantastic. This is supposed to be really good. This is Heat Seeker, the finest kind of pulp noir, according to Ed Brubaker. It's called Heat Seeker. I got that. That's the second issue of that. And here, Tales of Suspense. This is in 4.0 condition. Just look it up. Petrichor. Pauline says, like wet dirt. The smell of wet dirt, yeah, yeah, that is a good smell, but I don't know. That wasn't, maybe that is it. I don't know. Um, that's 91. This one's 87. This one's in 3.5 condition. And this is almost mint condition copy of Black Goliath #2. To me, it's more like wet asphalt. Yeah, man. There, I still want that. I want you to get that perfume. That perfume. Why am I saying perfume? What am I trying to be? Some Alistair McLean. Uh, what was the freaking guy? Not Alistair McLean. The guy that introduced Masterpiece Theater. Wet asphalt or a cement highway, says Friar Tuck. There's a perfume that smells like Play-Doh. That's a smell I would like. But Cleo says no to that. This is Black Goliath #3. I think I have Black Goliath #1. I'm gonna go check her in a little bit. Yeah, that's it, she says. Okay, all right. Oh, I see he threw some extras in. A Gotham City Comics sticker and looks like a man. That's that when Kirby went to DC and he tried to reinvent all the gods, the new gods. What the hell did they call that stupid guy? Dark Side. I used to think it was Dark Seed. When I read the comics, I thought it was Dark Seed, but apparently it's pronounced Dark Side, which I always thought Dark Seed sounded better. But anyway, in this particular painting, it really makes you realize there's a lot of kinship between that character and the thing, another character he created. Oh, wow. Yeah, Friar Tuck, you're absolutely right. The fresh cut grass is a great smell as well. You're right. But it's a certain kind of grass. It's not all grass doesn't smell that way. It's a certain type of grass that brings back that smell from my childhood. I wish I knew what kind of grass it is. I like that too. Demeter makes all of these scents. Freitag, not sure for a perfume with grass though. Yeah, the way they drew them, it looks a lot like the thing. It says Watchtower security breach. This might be a Jehovah's Witness thing. I don't know. When the Jehovah's Witness come to your door, they leave these little cards that look like this, and they have a little magazine called the Watchtower. It may be a different Watchtower. Sorry, I don't want to offend my Jehovah's Witness fans. The people I've known that are Jehovah's Witnesses have been wonderful people. Okay, these are the King comics that I was so excited about. They're apparently from 1977, and I had no idea. I don't know where these were sold. I never saw them on the stands, but apparently King decided they would. Where's this tape? Did they not put the tape back on some of these books? Um, King features syndicate newspaper syndicate that syndicated these comic strips to newspapers. Would farm their stuff out to comic book companies, and but it would sometimes they tried to do their own comic company, and it was interesting. 1977. I've got their cast of characters, and then the indicia looks very different. And then they've what they're doing is they're taking Sunday newspaper comic strips from the 30s and 40s, and they're reformatting them for a comic book page. That wasn't intended to be a splash page. This is number. They don't even have. Oh man, supplementary reading program. Oh, I see. This was designed for. Is there a price? There's no price on it. This was designed. This was designed for schools. This was given out to teachers. I've seen the King features, the ones of Popeye, where he's talking about different jobs you can have someday that were used, like in junior high, middle school classrooms to teach about careers for some career class they made kids take. But these weren't on newsstands. I'm pretty sure there's not going to be any advertising in here. Yeah, supplementary reading program developed and edited by Richard Gutenberg, Dr. Ann Musser, and Sherman H. Sager. Yeah, these weren't on newsstands, which is why there's no price. That's why this was so mysterious when Kevin got these not long ago. There's Flash Gordon, but it's not the Alex Raymond Flash Gordon. It's a later Flash Gordon from the 50s. Alex Raymond I think he was killed in an automobile crash. And if he'd lived longer and produced more art, um, that would have been amazing. Because Alex Raymond started all of this shit. Alex Raymond is the guy that everybody looked up to. Jack Kirby, all the people that we look at as the founders of the comic book medium worshipped Alex Raymond. Alex Raymond, Flash Gordon was around before comic books as we know them. That was the early 30s, and then Buck Rogers, Flash Gordon was. They wanted to create a competitor for Buck Rogers that started a few years earlier, but Alex Raymond's art was superior to the Buck Rogers art. It's great, but he was superior. And then Hal Foster that did this Prince Valiant, King Arthur. He's one of King Arthur's guys, Prince Valiant. See there. Yeah, this is for schools. This is very fascinating. I need to research this. Something I don't know a lot about. And so here's Quincy. Remember that? He did autopsies. It's a different Quincy. They've blown up the art so much. That is weird. They've blown up this art so much that you get these little see how big the dots are. That wasn't meant to be seen. It wasn't meant to be used as a cover. Um, these are fascinating little things. They were definitely used because 1977. Well, kids knew who Popeye was, but Flash Gordon, Prince Valiant had been forgotten by kids by that point. Um, Kids learned about Flash Gordon in 1980 from the movie that was put into production quickly when Star Wars came out. See, this is a much this is not comic strips from 1977. This is a much older. It's little guy, and Henry. It's old Henry stuff, and then this 1970s guy at the top saying, "I am an educator, help fight," Uh, I don't know what kids made out of this. And this. Yeah, see, I am your teacher. Read this comic. It is educational. It's actually fascinating that they did this. Quincy, I don't know anything about Quincy. This is more of a modern, I don't know what, 60s, 70s kid. It's like he's like Fat Albert, but he's not as fat. Uh, yeah, I don't know. Oh, look, man, featuring this all-star cast, and look, this lady is part of the cast, and so is that guy. They must be some of the. And Henry's mixed in. Little guy. I think that these must be the. Let's see here, man. Is this? Oh yeah, Richard Gutenberg, Dr. Ann Musser, and it's Miss Annie. She's Ann Musser. Mr. G. Oh, he's Richard Gutenberg. He's this guy here. He's the guy that printed the first Bible, Gutenberg Bible. He's a lot older than he looks. Um, he lived in ancient Egypt. He just never passed away. He just lived a long time. Yeah. Okay. So the damn teachers that put they hired they would do that back in the 70s. They would hire educators to come in and supervise the production of Super Friends or Fat Albert. And it's like, okay, well, help us have a moral or some kind of uh, something at the end to make sure this comic is not like those 60s cartoons that got us in trouble. There were nothing but violence and explosions. Because that's why comic cartoons were neutered in the Saturday morning cartoons were neutered in the 70s. And that's why Scooby Doo at the end. Oh, it wasn't a real monster. It turned out to be Mr. Jones all along, um, and it was called, instead of the Justice League of America, it was called Super Friends. We're learning to be friends and to cooperate. And if you ever watch Super Friends, you'll realize you never see anyone get punched. You never see someone get a blow to the jaw like you would have in the 60s superhero cartoons that came out in the wake of Batman. It was all, they figured out a way to get rid of the monster or the bad guy by reasoning with them and cooperating and sharing. Um, let's see what are these people talking about. Well, I remember the comic strip Prince Valiant, not a book. Yeah, Prince Valiant was a comic strip, and it just that's why it looks odd in the format of a comic book because it was created for a giant. Newspapers were much bigger in the 30s and 40s, and they shrank over the years, and people didn't realize it. Um, yeah, Prince Valiant belongs on a big comic Sunday comic page. Um, Prince Valiant, yeah. Pauline says fascinating indeed. Friar Tuck, Buck Rogers with Gil Gerard. Well, the Gil Gerard TV show didn't have that much in common with the old comic strip. I wish if they had made that TV show look like the 30s comic strip, it would have been really cool. The guy playing Buck Rogers, Gil Gerard, they hired him, I think, because he was kind of like the $6 million man. He kind of was like a guy. It sounds like maybe he's from Texas. Lee Majors that played $6 million man. He was cut from that same. He's like same cloth. I don't know that he ever did anything, but he was a good Buck Rogers and Wilma Deering. A lot of guys had a crush on her. What was her name? I forget the actress that played her. I mean, they had the cast. They had the Dr. Hewer was in it. The Tweaky robot was very annoying. Even though it was Mel Blanc, and I love Mel Blanc, that's probably like the worst thing Mel Blanc ever did is that annoying Tweaky voice. And they had Killer Kane in the original movie. They didn't wind up putting him in the TV series, but he was in the original movie. They made a TV movie and then they released it in theaters to try to milk some extra money and get more publicity in the wake of Star Wars. Uh, yeah, Buck Rogers overall was something I watched. It was a little disco-y, unfortunately, but it was cool. And Fryer, and like you said, Flash Gordon movie with Queen soundtrack is what reintroduced people to those forgotten characters. Well, they weren't forgotten by me, but yeah, most kids didn't know who they were. Yeah, there were reprints of Flash Gordon books coming out in softcover or hardcover actually in the early 70s as a nostalgic thing for people that were in their 50s to remember their childhood in the 30s or maybe 40s. Let's see. Yeah, they'd be if you were reading Flash Gordon 1935, 35, 44. Yeah, if you were about 55 years old in the early 70s, you would have. Wait a second. Now you could be about 45, 50. If you were born in the 20s, then you would have been reading the Flash Gordon, Buck Rogers stuff in the newspapers in the 30s. And then in the 70s, you'd be middle aged and hey, I'd like to reread some of that. You'd be nostalgic for your youth because it was about 30, 35 years before. Yeah, so there was a big nostalgia boom, reprints of old stuff from the 30s in the early 70s. My wife says, did anyone watch that movie about Freddie Mercury and like it? It was from a couple of years ago. Uh, I think I watched part of it with you, but I don't remember ever seeing the end of it. Last Frontier says Quincy was a syndicated newspaper comic strip in the early 70s. Yeah, I know that, but it wasn't one I ever remember reading, or it may not have been syndicated in the newspapers that I like. There in San Antonio, there was the San Antonio Express News and the San Antonio Light. The San Antonio Light is the one my dad got delivered to the house, but the San Antonio Express News was to me the cooler one. It just everything was cooler about that one. The newspapers, the comic strips they chose, yeah, is Aaron Gray. I would have been able to tell you that at any other time. Thank you, Chick Creep, except when I'm on the air, my mind doesn't work. Yeah, Aaron Gray. Um, Yeah, these were not on newsstands. I didn't think so. Blondie was put out from Harvey for a long time, and there were Charlton Blondie comics too. I don't think Gold Key ever did Blondie. I'm almost positive, but it was a Harvey was doing Blondie for a long time. But Blondie, all of these are mainly known as newspaper comic strips. There were comic books, yes, over the years, but they Popeye is a newspaper comic strip. Now here is the back. Let's see what there's. The world's greatest comics make the world's best reading. So they're trying to promote reading. This is definitely a school thing, trying to make it cool. But this is drawn by some contemporary artist in 1977. Um, Apparently, they were doing Felix the Cat. Felix the Cat is more animated character. That's that predates Mickey Mouse. Felix the Cat goes back to the basically the Stone Age of films. Uh, there are tons of silent uh, Felix cartoons you can watch. They've got Blondie. They've got Girl Phantom, which I wasn't aware there was a Girl Phantom. I'm not sure if there is or if that's just there to be more diverse. Beetle Bailey, Prince Valiant looking a little effeminate there, and there's the Phantom, Mandrake, Dagwood, and Flash Gordon. All of these characters were in comic books, but were primarily known as, oh boy, see, it looks like an ad, but it's actually teaching you about antonyms. Very words words which star in this book. You never see that in a real comic book. Hospital is on page 5. Dessert is on page 5. I like the Arthur Lake and Penny Singleton Blondie movie series. Yes. Yeah. Although, when I was aware of Blondie and I had read Blondie before I ever saw those movies. I didn't ever see a Blondie movie until 1976 when we moved to Arlington, Texas, and they had Channel 11, which was an independent station there, ran Blondie movies like every weekend. And I remember thinking, why were there were so many Blondie movies? It's because before television, it was almost like a TV series. There'd be a new Blondie movie, I guess, every month or two. And so that's why there were so many. You'd go to the theater, you'd see it in the theater, but it's like I don't know. There seems like there's dozens of Blondie movies. Penny Singleton was great as Blondie, but um, um, and I liked Arthur Lake, but I guess I never thought of Dagwood. I just somehow never envisioned him being that insane because he was almost like one of the Three Stooges. He was like really clearly brain damaged, or the way Arthur Lake played him. Oh, here's that educator again. I'm here to remind you that you're in school and you can't have too much fun. Um, Now, this is cool. I mean, it's cool. It's a cool. You fell asleep during the movie and never finished it. That's correct. The one not that I didn't. It's not that I didn't enjoy the Freddie Mercury movie. I saw most of it. I love the music of Queen and everything. It's interesting. I get so tired, man. My uncle on my dad's side, I remember he had narcolepsy and he'd just fall asleep. I remember being in the back of a car when we picked him up from the airport, and he just said, just fell over onto my shoulder. He was sleeping on my shoulders. Like, man, that's where I first heard that word, narcolepsy. Now, um, Blondie, Deborah Harry, the band Blondie is common misconception. People think she's named after this famous comic strip character. I can guarantee you with 100% certainty what I'm about to tell you. I get this story from my friend who's since passed away that was friends with Johnny Ramone and did he do one or two music videos for he directed music videos for the Ramones. Um, and I also saw, I don't know why, that director that made X-Men 1 and 2 and Days of Future Past, what was that guy's name? Uh, he made that Superman Returns movie for DC, but the X-Men movies were, I didn't think that was very good, but I liked his X-Men movies, or most of them. X-Men 1 and 2 and Days of Future Past were good. I can't remember his name. He was talking about an interview, what I'm about to tell you as well. Somehow, I don't know how that came up in the interview, but he knew this too. Um, Paulo says, Girl Phantom was from a 1952 daily storyline. She was a temporary replacement for her brother, the 17th Phantom, in the 19th century. Yeah, well, I'm sure they include her prominently in that group picture, even though she was something that was only there for 5 seconds in the comic strip, just to make the crowd look more diverse there of comic strip characters. I thought the Queen movie was okay, says Chip Creep, but it made me feel sad overall, which was due to me largely knowing the fantasy of the band rather than the reality I was not fully aware of at the time. I just remember at junior high and high school, everybody had Queen T-shirts on after the day after the Queen came to perform in Dallas. My wife says definitely made me sad too. And all these people, they made so much fun of this one kid. A couple of the kids that were clearly gay in the school, they got so much. And these people were completely, as they call it now, homophobic, but they had no idea Freddie Mercury was gay, and so they would wear the shirts proudly, and they, they had no idea. Um, and I remember when the Village People came out, all the girls in eighth grade, or that was probably eighth grade, maybe seventh grade. They had no idea the Village People were based on gay stereotypes. That they were, they had no idea, none. And I think when people started to be aware of that, that's when the backlash happened against disco, and that's when disco sucks started to be carved into the desks because they just didn't know. Anyway, back to my story about Blondie. Um, Johnny Ramone is uh, is no longer alive, nor is Joey Ramone. Joey Ramone, the lead singer of the Ramones, Johnny Ramone was a collector of 50s monster movie posters, as was my friend. Had tons of them. But he was also a collector of World War II memorabilia. But he collected almost exclusively German militaria stuff. So he had all the stuff, the bayonets, the everything, it was like Nazi war surplus central with monster movie posters in his house or apartment, whatever. So Johnny Ramone was looked at by Joey Ramone as he kind of thought of him as a Nazi. He wasn't. He just liked the iconography of it. So at one point, Johnny Ramone steals Joey Ramone's girlfriend somehow, or at least Joey Ramone thought that Johnny had stolen it, and I think he married her. And so that's why there's a song, "The KKK Took My Baby Away," that the Ramones sing, because Joey Ramone's singing about Johnny Ramone, his bandmate, taking his girlfriend away. He calls him the KKK. Um, so Johnny Ramone, of course, Joey Ramone was Jewish, and I guess having a bandmate that collected Nazi memorabilia was kind of jarring. But you know, one thing that's cool about the whole band, they all loved Weird War Tales. They always talked about that was their favorite comic book. Stray Cats, the lead singer Brian Setzer was a big collector of '50s Archie comics. You know, I'm just talking about bands into comic books. Blondie has a song called "Comic Books" where she talks about collecting, you know, buying comics back in the '60s. The Cramps were big collectors of pre-code horror comics. But anyway, so Johnny Ramone was just always talking about World War II. And Blondie, the band Blondie, was playing in CBGB's in the Bowery in New York. And so were the Ramones. We're talking, uh, were the, you know, 75, 76 before punk exploded. Um, so, I mean, it's debatable. Did it really start in England with the Sex Pistols? Because the Ramones were doing it here. So we're talking pre 77. And the band, Deborah Harry and her group, I don't know what they were calling themselves then, but they weren't called Blondie. But um, Johnny Ramone was talking about Hitler, and his dog was named Blondie. And Deborah Harry and I guess Chris Stein or whatever thought that was, oh, that's a cool name for our band. The band Blondie is actually named after Hitler's dog, not this comic strip. And that's 100% true story that comes from the Ramones, a friend that knows the Ramones, and also that guy Brian Singer. That's his name. Brian Singer was the guy that also was talking about that story. What else? So anyway, Paulo says, Pauline Dowell says, remember the infamous Bumstead sandwich? Yes, I do. Yes, I'm gonna try to eat one of those tonight. Except it's a cheeseburger. My wife says recently one of those guys from the Village People's claiming they had nothing to do with all that. Well, he's saying that he wrote the song YMCA and was not meaning it to be about that. That he he's real happy. I remember he's real happy that Trump's using the song because it's making him a lot of money. I think at first he was like he heard from a lot of the people online, and he was a little outraged. Just like I should be. Not, all my fans are telling me I shouldn't like that Trump is using my YMCA song. And then he realized, oh no, this is actually cool, and so he might be just trying to run cover and say no, it's actually just it's clearly what it's about. But he may not. Maybe he was unaware because they were like the Monkees. They were just guys hired to be a band by someone that was their Svengali, and he says, "You're going to dress like an Indian. You're going to dress like a okay. You're going to dress like a construction worker." I don't know if they were dumb enough. They may not have realized they were being put together as. They had to realize. I don't know, man. Anyway, it's all right. My wife says garage punk taken by the Tavistock Institute and cooked up into a movement. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know. Yeah, my wife's talking about here. Yeah, I think that they do take musical styles and they. Yeah, I don't know that the Ramones in the early days. I think, but at a certain point, there is definitely some music is definitely being used to bring people down, and they're trying to bring us down into this low vibrational. I don't know. Like yesterday, my wife and I watched Buffalo '66, a movie I'd always heard of from the '90s. I I never really knew anything about it, except it had Christina Ricci in it. It was an entertaining enough movie, but it's because we tried watching the sequel to the Joker, and it's just. And then we watched Buffalo '66 the next day, and then after that, I said, "Oh, this new Mad Max movie's on," and we watched that. And I kept falling asleep during it, but she stayed awake through it, and afterwards, it's like, holy smoke, that's a lot of negative energy we're absorbing from these movies. These movies are There's no heroes in these movies, man. They're all. Um, I have you unboxed all my stuff. The Road Warrior was like a perfect movie. It was like a perfect comic book movie. It was great in that Mad Max had existed before it, and they were able to use scenes from it to show his origin story really quickly at the beginning. And he looks younger, and it's clearly the same character. So and then you have this great movie with this charismatic young actor, Mel Gibson, and it's like a western, and you got these really bad evil guys, but they're more comic bookish. Now you these new Mad Max movies, there's no good characters, everybody's bad, and everybody's horrible, and it's everything's amped up to 11. I There's so many different tribes of weird mutated perverted creep guys that I can't even get it. I was overwhelmed. It's like I like, there's Gasopolis, and then there's these guys that are from the previous Fury movie that live up on a mountain and they have water, and then there's this other group, and I can't get so. And this thing about the Road Warriors before all the CGI, all the you saw that chase at the end of that movie, that looked completely real. It looked like people. I think someone did get killed. It looked like people were getting crunched and munched. It looked dangerous, and it was a lot of fun, and the music was great. It looked real. Now everything's just so. It's just like a video game. But in the Road Warrior, it was like there were real. It was real. It was like that chase at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark. Those were great days in movies because it was still real stunts being done. And you see someone get thrown, that's a real person that's getting thrown, getting. Now it's like clearly a CGI person and like cartoons, you know. But I think it's very, man, I don't know, man. Afterwards, you're just like, oh man, we need to take a shower. All we've been watching. And these are just the movies that just happen to pop up, you know. Okay, here's Tiger featuring Quincy. Oh, I thought that said I can't read. Yeah, these are very much pro reading books, but they happen to star some. And here you got Popeye. Now, Tim Tyler is a character that nobody remembers. I know there's a movie serial called Tim Tyler's Luck. I've never seen it. Oh, there's High and Lois. Um, Little King is from the very old. That's over 100 years old. That character. So is Henry, and then Tiger and Quincy are 50 years old now. They were the new current characters when this was coming out. Yeah, follow all the dots. It looks it looks like he's a homicidal killer, like he's got an axe and it's dripping blood, but in reality, I think it's ice cream. It's like he's licking his lips and he's got a bloody axe in his hands. Oh well, yeah, bizarre stuff. Educational comics that aren't horrible. Usually, an educational comic, it's a sign that, run for the hills. This is not going to be entertaining. My wife says Jay Dyer has some good podcasts on that. Chip Creep says just like Kiss, but not as extreme. What is this? Just like Kiss, but not as extreme? Village People? What do you wait? No, it couldn't be. I don't know. Kiss is. Garage rock, I meant. Well, garage rock came from kids in sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth grade when the Beatles hit. They got guitars for Christmas and they strained. I gotta grow my hair out. They try to get that hair to grow as quick as possible so they could have it the same length as the Beatles. And they would get in their garage, and that's why they call it garage rock. And they would practice because they wanted to be the Beatles. I mean, and some of the garage rock was so great. Most of it is. There's so much because every neighborhood had several bands. Every if you had a big city, there were dozens and dozens of teenage bands, and they would save up some money, and they'd get in their dad's station wagon. They'd go to some recording studio, and they'd record a single, and that single would get out into the neighborhood, the community, the town, the city. Maybe it would get picked up by a local radio station and go to some other local towns around. But they never made it big. But their music's so great, so primal, and it's really being made by teenage kids. Um, um, and some of these guys, like the Trogs, a British band. I mean, I don't think the government was telling them what to do. Later, I think did the government get involved in trying to do experiments with, probably. Um, but some of the most insane uh, uh, music outside of in the recording industry. Yeah, I know that there was influence, but the people that were outside the recording industry that were just clearly insane. It's like outsider art. There was outsider music. There was a guy named Hazel Adkins back in the days of Elvis in the 50s, and he was from West Virginia, and he was just out of his mind, and out of his mind. And he'd sing songs about cutting his girlfriend's head off and hanging it on the wall, and she won't eat any more hot dogs. And it was insane music. The song She Said, look it up, or No More Hot Dogs, look up Hazel Adkins. Um, he was great. Um, I don't know, man. There's no telling what kind of horrible influence we're be getting. Negative energy from movies is real. Look at how mean the world has become. Being a 50s kid, I can see the killing of society. Yeah, they're um, it's horrible. It really is. Oh wow. Yeah, there's some old. Oh, so here they're altering the comic to put blank panels, word balloons in, and they're trying to make that that's been altered to make it educational. This is just straight right from the Sunday funnies, though. Oh no, no, they're actually putting in little educational things like spook equals ghost. Um, it's got a little tear. It's all right. That's weird that the doctors that put these comics together decided they would have themselves drawn into the comics, and like they're hoping they'll become famous. Slayer started off as a garage band. One member of Kiss liked a certain type of German soldier, while another member was Jewish. Oh, 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 oh. I see. I see. All right. Yeah. Well, yeah. well, the whole everyone and all four members of Kiss were Jewish. Uh, Gene Simmons was born in Israel. Gene Simmons was a big comic book guy and monster collector. He put out a fanzine called Cosmos Stiletto when he was a teenager, I think, that was all about Christopher Lee and all that. So he was real excited to get Marvel Comics to do a Kiss comic. But that was really kind of the beginning of. I didn't like Kiss at the time. I grew to like them a lot, and decades later, in the '90s, I became a big fan of Kiss. But I still think that maybe I was talking about comics. I loved them until a certain point, and then things started to go bad in the late '70s, and then I really saw it in the '80s, and by the '90s, it was just the comics industry were toast to me, and a lot of it's because they had the correct distribution. I didn't like that, but I think part of it was when Kiss took had some blood taken from their arms, and then they went to the printing plant in New Jersey or whatever for the Kiss comic book Marvel was putting out, and they put their blood into the red ink supply and had a big photo shoot, and it was. And then when you got the comic, you'd have a little bit of Kiss blood, and it's like that was. I always thought that's really like creepy. That's just not. I didn't think that was a good thing as a kid. I didn't really like the fact that blood could be in my. Um, I was not pleased with that, and so that may have been, that's sort of that might have been the begin. There, but then I look at the comics I read as a kid, and there was so much demonic stuff. Those horror comics from the early '70s and even from the '50s. There's so many devil worshippers and seances. Like, oh well, man, what are people talking about? What are people saying here? Greta Orloff. My wife says, life like in Buffalo 66, I guess you could say that Christina Ricci is the hero, but I disagree. Bad message because it's naive and she should have escaped. No, I don't think she was the hero. I think that guy was meant to be the hero. Because I think what happened is, I think that guy, Vincent Gallo, had seen. I think that was a movie made in the late '90s. But it was reflective of the type of new cinema from the '70s. And he was like what Martin Scorsese did. And Martin Scorsese, like in Taxi Driver, I mean, who's the hero of that movie? Well, I mean, Travis Bickle was the Robert De Niro character was the hero. The hero almost kills a senator in that movie, or was he a congress? Anyway, and then last minute he doesn't, and he winds up killing a bunch of pimps, and he winds up freeing this girl, Jodie Foster, from being trafficked, and so he's written up in the newspaper as a hero. But he could have. Sorry if I'm spoiling the movie for you, but if not for just for a chance, just a split decision, he could have been vilified as a horrible person in history books. Instead, he's a good guy, um, and you see his disintegration. Oh, it's a great movie. But the thing about Martin Scorsese is he makes these movies with brutal violence and everything, but there's always he's very much a staunch Catholic, and he has this there's this Christian there's there's something behind it. You can tell this is a great film. Buffalo 66. I enjoyed it, but I could see he's trying to do is he's trying to create a character like Travis Bickle that's very damaged, but you kind of like him. you're kind of rooting for him, just like we're rooting for him to have a happy ending. Because so it's a hero, but it's a effed up hero. It's the same as, and that's what when they made the Joker movie. They were trying to make it. They tried to make that exactly like Taxi Driver, even setting it in the same time period. But and then they would occasionally have Bernard Herrmann sounding music popping up. There's the female Phantom. She's got a bit of a mustache, though. Some kid drew on in the class. Yeah, man. Um, but it might just be the perspective of my wife being a girl watching it. She thinks Christina Ricci's the hero, and then a guy watches it and thinks the guy is supposed to be, but neither one is a hero. They're horrible. Well, I mean, Christina Ricci's not the most intelligent girl in that movie, and it's like I would hope that women would look up to her as like wanting to be like her. Um, let's see. Yeah, she should have escaped. She didn't want to escape. That's the whole thing. That's kind of probably also not a very good message. Um, what the hell is going on here? Chip Creep says that's the problem with messaging. It comes later. I see how you thought I may be referring to the Village People. That was funny. Yeah, well, I don't know. I read the comments too late. And in that Furiosa movie, I guess she's the hero. LOL. Yeah, I guess so. Except she's not an interesting hero. She's the Mel Gibson was an interesting hero. When they had that other guy play Mad Max in the last one, he wasn't interesting at all. And that's the problem with the last two Mad Max movies. There's no real hero. And in Beyond Thunderdome, the third Mad Max movie, I didn't think he wasn't he was like had long hair and he wasn't an interest. And Road Warrior was perfect. That was the perfect time. That was the perfect movie, and it was like a Clint Eastwood western but with all these crazy, gibbering, idiot, mutated nuclear war victims. Greta Orloff says, nothing new under the sun, they say. Pauline, I agree with Greta. She should have escaped from that abusive lunatic. He could have killed her. Yeah, that's the problem with her is she found it fascinating. That's they call it Stockholm syndrome, right? That's what happened to Patty Hearst. She grew to love her attackers. Then she was robbing banks with them. Yeah, it's not a good message. Pauline Dell, I didn't like him at all. His parents were equally horrible. Yeah, but the parent stuff was almost like out of David Lynch. I think he was. I think that what Vincent Gallo was doing is he thinks he's some auteur like, and he's saying I could be like. I can blend all of this stuff, John Waters, David Lynch, and with with this tortured Robert De Niro, James Dean kind of I'm an insane, crazy guy, and um, but the scene where the father sings and the lighting and everything that was completely out of David Lynch because he's singing to a record, which turns out is actually the actor's father was a famous singer, Vincent Gallo Sr., and he's just playing a record of his real dad. Um, Greta says, I'm finally going to eat my filet mignon. Oh, good. It's good. And it's bigger than you think because they fold it over. It's a long story. We get these meals delivered to us. I was yelling at the TV. There was a Lynch vibe. Yeah, definitely. There was Lynch, there was John Waters, and there was a lot of different stuff mixed in there on a small little. No, it'll unfold. It's folded over to fit in the little tray. Trust me. Once you get it out of the oven, you'll realize it'll unfold like a. Ooh, there's a bunch more stuff. Whereas maybe it's just one big thing here, actually. Okay. that bag, he just wrapped it in this Hop Toys high on plastic. There's something maybe Cleo could use to. I don't know if you'd want to go shopping with this high on plastic. It might make people in the town think something bad, but it's anyway. I don't know. Yeah, see, this is what I've got to. I got to send back to Kevin because now I have two of them and he has none of them, and I've got to swap it out for not horror monsters but mad monsters. My bell has dinged on the air fryer, a non-toxic air fryer. Okay, she's going to unfold this. She's going to tell us in a second that the steak's big when she's on. Okay, so this facsimile has just come out. This is not real. I collect these Erie Publications comics, but this is the facsimile. They're even doing facsimiles of those things now. I never cared about what people think, and I'm not going to start. What are you talking about? Oh, as far as that bag. Yeah, it's just like high on plastic. What does that mean? Uh, this doesn't say sniffing glue since 1962. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Does Kevin have his? I wonder if Kevin's watching. Is his address on here? It has to be. So I'd probably just send it back to Gotham City Comics, 151 North Country Club Drive, Mesa or something. Yeah. I gotta do that, man. I gotta do that right away. So, this is far more. The originals were not printed on as nice a paper as this replica. So this is a. Originally, this would have been about a 30-cent magazine. Now it's 14.99. And let's see, you can tell the time period it came out is when the 60s Batman was on. And it's slick paper. The original was not on slick paper. Um, Fantastic. But I don't have this particular issue of it. And to get the originals, it would be amazing if they just started reprinting all of these. That's one of the great things about 2024, 2025 is the facsimile movement of old books, old comics. I think that's really good. There's an issue of Monster Bash. It's a great painting on the cover. This is a currently produced monster magazine done in the style of the old classic monster magazines. This one's actually an older issue. It's issue 13 from 2011. Oh yeah, there's Kevin. You got the package delivered. Yes, and this is what I got to send that horror monsters back to you in this package. So I'm going to do that here in a little bit. Ooh, article on the NPC pop. They were these little plastic figures. Now, this is a more recent issue. This is number 45. This is from winter of 2021. Um, People still wearing masks in winter of 2021? I think so. Yeah, they still were, some people. Um, I think we moved away from Texas in 2022. It's about to be 3 years. See, the guy that puts this magazine together, his name is Ron. There's a picture of him as a little kid, and he's, he's talking about here comics, Spider-Man, famous monsters. Um, so this is a labor of love from a guy named Ron Adams. Ooh, what is this? There's a magazine or a book called Candid Monsters. Look at that. And then they have this modern magazine called Vampirus Carmilla that is a tribute to the old Vampirella. Great. I think someone bought the name Famous Monsters and is putting out a new Famous Monsters magazine, but it's this is a much better version of what Famous Monsters used to be, Monster Bash. And then the main thing I got from this order is this book here called Flashback: Monsters, Music, and Comic Books. And it's Ron Adams remembers a kid's life. So it's the guy that puts Monster Bash out put together this thick biography. And it's all about oh man. Yeah, I can't wait to read this. Let's see, this guy understands what I try to convey is that monsters, music, and comic books are all the same thing. To me, it's all part of the same thing. So, okay. Okay. This is in a magazine size. I've got to put this into something smaller to put it into this to get it sent back to Kevin. Ooh, there's only about 25 minutes till Alex Jones starts. Probably need to switch to a different Wi-Fi. Let's see here. See, these are also from King Features, but they're actual real comics. See, they have 12-cent price tags. These were sold on newsstands. These Flash Gordons from the 60s. They're all. I think those others were just through school systems. Okay. We have two copies of this now. That's the problem. One second. I gotta put this in a bag and board that will just okay. I'll use this bag and board. It's not a. This is something this comic was in. I don't have any. It won't fit in the magazine. It's not going to fit in a comic. This is not quite magazine size, and it's not going to fit in a comic either. Maybe if I just put some paper around it, it will be okay. Maybe I use this file folder to give it a little extra protection. Let's see if that'll fit. That won't fit either, man. Shit. Well, I could put it in that bag, but just not the board. Or maybe I could cut the board shorter. No, well, the bag won't fit, right? Because it's the wrong size. No, it's too small. Oh. Oh, I see. No, this got to go in a bag. I got to put it in that magazine bag. Send it in. It's just the board won't fit. Put it in the bag. Okay, so it goes in like that, and then you seal it like this. And I have tape around here somewhere. Hold on. Ouch. Hold on. Read above. The magazine will fit in the Gemini mass mailer. You will just have to fold it to those other perforations. I like the Chamber of Chills figure and squirt gun on the wall. Yeah, there, I got them from him. Man, this thing was good. What about all that bubble wrap you found in the room this morning? Read above. Magazine will fit. You show you how to fold the Gemini mailer properly. Okay, well, what I did is I have it in the Gemini mailer, but I just couldn't fit the board that it was. So it's in here, right? With a plus with the bag. Oh, maybe. Oh, I think I see what you mean. Oh, yeah, you're right. I'll put the board into it. Yeah, okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right. You were correct. It does fit. I've never actually used the Gemini mailer. I've only opened them up. Okay. All right. Amazing. I must have seemed like a complete idiot to someone that does this every day. All right. And Last Frontier, I got like a $30 order I got to do from you here imminently, if you're still watching. That didn't work. Popper. Okay, I'll imitate the way he had the tape. No, even people that use them every day don't know that magazines fit. Yeah, because I don't think most comic collectors, they turn their noses up at magazines. They're too stupid to collect Famous Monsters or Mad Magazine. They don't buy the vintage Warren or even Marvel black and white magazines. They just don't like magazines. They consider them to not be comic books. Oh, wait a second. Are you sure that this fits, man? I don't. I'm afraid this is going to get crunched. I want to double check. I don't like that you're seeing the actual book in there. Maybe if I put tape. You can see the actual. You see that? You can see it in there. Shouldn't that be invisible to? I can show you. Don't push it like you just were. Oh, I wasn't pushing it. I didn't bend it. I didn't bend anything. Everything's still okay. Okay. Well, I guess I got to put the link for you to come on or something. But this inner well is not is comic book size. See it? This is wider, so that means that some of the book will actually be exposed to air, which I could put tape all around it. I have to pack one up when I get to the shop. Oh, okay.
Return. Do vampires really exist? See, Dr. Silkini's great ghost story is following hard. It's the weirdest, wildest bunch of maniacs ever. This is not a movie. They're all alive. See Dracula turn into a bat and fly into the audience. See the killer death machine. See Frankenstein throws in the audience. A free gift is offered if you're brave enough to sit through it all.
I mean, I had it, but it was just I could see the book, and I didn't like that. I don't see how there's a way of doing it without that.
Chocolate cereal. How chocolate.
Okay, well, I'll hold that off.
My coat chocolate cereal with goblin good chocolate flavored marshmallow. My Frankenberry is the cereal with monstrously delicious chocolate.
I spilled a bunch of thumbtacks. That's probably not good. I'll put them in this Play-Doh cup.
Appointment with Lust. The star that thrilled you in Necronomicon, Janine Renault, in a new, blood-curdling, fascinating adventure.
My dear, we're living in the wrong world. I feel like dancing. They used to have wild, never-ending...
A film pounding with wild passion.
Most of the channel taking a little bit of beautiful things in mind.
That's only two things. What's the third?
Why, women, always.
Hey! Emma!
You shouldn't have half to the story of that bear.
It's got you caught off.
That's just what we needed. For centuries, the curse has laid upon this castle. Here, dream and reality combine to form a relentless chain of events. Fate brings a group of men and women together in this castle with a strange, mysterious history. It is an appointment with lust.
Don't worry. The Earl of Saxon.
Welcome. There's nothing as interesting as that, young man.
History. Life.
In 300 years, when a horrible crime seeped the castle in blood, human life has become worthless. One act of violence follows another. Murder follows murder.
Dirty fine.
Okay.
I'm so afraid.
What now?
It's a dream. It's a bad dream. Love it. You are a prisoner in love.
You're invited to an appointment with lust, where you will come face to face with unrestrained, wild desire and blood-chilling horror.
You are not Marion.
Damn it.
Mary. Katarina.
Don't forget, you have an appointment with lust, but only if you have strong nerve.
Ouch. It's fine how you had it. Just wrap it with tape. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yes, or perhaps two small comic-sized pieces of cardboard, says Library 88, around the book, then into Gemini Miller. And yeah, then tape the heck out of the ends to seal it up, maybe. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because the post office takes a siesta for lunch. They close up for like an hour, so I better do it now. When did they invent this Gemini stuff? When was this invention? How long have they had this idea? Are you fighting that tape? Well, the problem is my thumb got injured the other day, so I can't just rip, cut. I have another roll of tape somewhere. I bought it yesterday. Did I bring it up here? I bought a whole another thing of tape, man. It's gone. buy another roll of tape because I can't find that roll. Diamond is finally coming in today. What? I wonder what kind of stuff Diamond will have. You think that cryptology #2 will be in there? Okay. Nobody knows with Diamond since they can't even get us an invoice anymore. It's too difficult to test for them to do their jobs properly. Yeah, when do you think you'll get that box? Later on this evening? shit, it's after 11. This is the address, right? 151 North Country Club Drive, Mesa, Arizona, 852016521. UPS is coming soon. Maybe the lady from New York will show up. Did she say she'd show up after Christmas or after the New Year? He's referring to the lady that's been bringing in all these Silver Age books. Those two Tales of Suspense and that Spider-Man 48 came from that lady. Yes, that's the correct address. After Christmas. Okay. Well, it's after Christmas. Right. Oh man. Maybe she will fill my store with Silver Age and I won't need Diamond anymore. Yeah. Okay. I missed, damn, 15 minutes of Alex Jones. Shit.
You're not a child, you're a man. So stop wearing so many layers to go outside and get the bearskin tactical.
Big retailers don't want you to have this zoom lens, but there's nothing they can do to stop it. So there's this new suit.
Today is the military on him after they trigger him up to stuff with false flags and blame Trump support. Or he gets in, they got legislation introduced under Senator Blumenthal to strip the executive the power of the military domestically, which is a constitutional crisis and a legislative coup against the executive. I keep explaining they're clearly planning civil unrest. They're going to bill it as race war. They're going to declare martial law.
Shit.
When and if President Trump wins the election, or even if he doesn't. And I literally have hundreds of clips of all the top hundreds. Well, so much before a full transfer that being such a big deal about, because they thought they'd be able to steal the 2024 election like they were able to do the 2020. No, Jamie Raskin and don't bring that up in January 6th committee, and a bunch of Democratic Party lawyers have been writing pieces and Hill today and other publications saying Congress must record coming up in the next few weeks for his certification on January 6th to be the 47th president of the United States. They want to block the popular vote that Trump won and, of course, the electoral college that he won in a landslide, despite the entire establishment coming after him and the American people. And why this is such a huge concern is they don't have a leg to stand on, but they don't care. They cite in the Hill article, basically the exact stuff that Jamie Raskin had brought up, that 3 times he was found to have been in the first there. The first source of this for insurrection, he was found by the Senate. They didn't have the votes. Then they mentioned a judiciary hearing of judges in Colorado when they tried to take Trump off the ballot that was overridden by higher courts as well as completely unconstitutional. Trump was not convicted of that. And then again, they cite the fraudulent January 6th committee that was taken by Republicans, not illegal. Fake documents. Now they're under criminal investigation for that. I think they're all down the Constitution can slip away from you very quickly. And the greatest example going on right now before our very eyes.
Dense fog. Near steady temperature in the mid-40s. South winds around 5 miles an hour, becoming west this afternoon. Chance of rain near 100%. Tonight, mostly cloudy. A slight chance of rain until midnight. Patchy fog. Lows in the mid-30s. West wind 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 20%. Saturday, partly sunny. Highs around 50. Southwest winds around 5 miles an hour. Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Lows in the lower 30s. southwest wind
We're back. See this Tostitos truck? That's what made my wife sick the other day. Don't ever eat Tostitos cheese, man. It might be one of the things that made her sick. Hold on. Where's going on? Will he be back? All right. Yes, I'm back. Some cups and trash bags and things. Some dog food and stuff. And some tape. I ran out of tape. I have another roll of tape. I just got it. I don't know where I put it. It'll turn out. It's probably in the kitchen upstairs. It's probably where it is, but I'm trying to get through this. I don't know. I'm probably already too late to get to the post office. I don't know why. I've never heard of the siesta they have. They just close up for an hour. Is that a common thing? I feel like a deja vu, like I've asked that question before, and people said, "Yeah, you didn't know that." Yeah.
And 43 Atlantic. At Des Moines, rain and fog were reported with a temperature of 46. Here are
Yeah. They're closed from 11 to 12 p.m.
Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Lows in the lower 30s. Southwest winds around 5 miles an hour. Sunday, mostly sunny. Highs in the upper 40s. West winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Sunday night, partly cloudy until midnight, then becoming mostly cloudy. Lows in the lower 30s. Monday, mostly cloudy. A slight chance of rain in the morning, then a chance of rain in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-40s. Chance of rain 50%. Monday night, cloudy. Rain likely with a slight chance of snow until midnight, then a chance of rain and snow after midnight. Little or no snow accumulation. Lows in the mid-20s. Chance of precipitation 70%. Tuesday, mostly cloudy in the morning, then becoming partly sunny. Cooler with highs in the mid-30s. Tuesday night, mostly cloudy. Lows around 20. Wind chill values as low as 10 above. New Year's Day, mostly sunny. Highs around 30. Wind chill values as low as 10 above. Wednesday night, partly cloudy. Lows 10 to 15. Wind chill values as low as 10 above. Thursday, mostly sunny. Highs in the upper 20s. Wind chill values as low.
And one of us says, now what? Now I'm going to show you some Super 8 films and some Jack Chick comics. That's what. And I'm going to go through some boxes of Bronze Age comics here in a moment. And less than about 20 minutes, I go back to the post office to mail that because, yeah, they'll be open in 20 minutes.
Now, South Koreans are trying to lock it in. Pandemic hysteria, but they are. It's not negative, but things are happening extremely positive. What's negative is the kind of tooth that's got a cavity and not going to fit. Now, a year later, the whole tooth gone, rocks out, and they have to pull it. The tooth is savable, but not for much longer. And the good news is we politically are taking control. We're in the dentist chair, and they're drilling and getting it cleaned out and filled right.
Okay. But yeah, Super 8, I pulled it out of the closet so because you wanted to see it.
All this other news is insanely important. Because they meant what? What they mean? Opposition. Informed, focused, dedicated opposition. All the victory you're seeing is because people got off the bench and started speaking out and started supporting. And that's how you win wars. All right. I mentioned this earlier. I just want to play the clip now. This is Julian Assange. A long time ago. This is almost 10 years ago. Even before he was locked up and then actually put in prison. Now, of course, freed, thank God. And here's this journalist explaining that we don't have a society, that there's a broken social contract. That's what the environmental movement is. That's what globalism is, the post-industrial world. Neo-feudalism, in their own words, the end of history, shutting everybody down but their own operations. And now with populists winning elections everywhere, and Trudeau on his way out, Keir Starmer on his way out, the list goes on, and the corrupt globalists in Germany holding on by their fingernails. This is exciting. And it doesn't mean the new people are perfect. Doesn't mean the bad guys won't strike back. It doesn't mean we're saying there's some utopia around the corner, but it's a society based on prosperity and justice and freedom and security and competition. Reaching for that instead of just giving up and letting the globalists run everything and run us into the ground, show that they have a total monopoly over every facet of human life: cultural, economic, spiritual, physical. Here's Assange.
There is no society anymore. What there is a transnational security elite that is busy carving up the world using your tax money. To combat that elite, we must not petition. We must take it over. We must form our own networks of strength and mutual values, which can balance those strengths and self-interested values of the warmongers in this country and in others that have formed hand in hand an alliance to take money from the United States and every neighbouring country, from Australia, and launder it through Afghanistan, launder it through Iraq, launder it through Somalia, launder it through Yemen, launder it through Pakistan, and watch that money in people's blood.
And wash that money in people's blood. And now they got Ukraine and Syria and all these other bigger money laundering operations. All of that is 100% true. That is a perfectly accurate statement. A hole in one. And so the security state uses crises they create or exacerbate. They don't let a good crisis go to waste, as Obama's chief of staff, Rahm Emanuel, said. And it's come out. Who's writing these articles, the New York Times and The Hill, about don't see Trump block his election? Look up the writers of it. It's Obama officers, Obama operatives, Obama lawyers. That's who's doing this. They're the ones. So shifting gears into Ukraine, big developments the last few days. Putin said, I believe in God and God is on our side. We cannot be defeated. Boy, when leaders start talking like that, Lavrov, the foreign minister, Russia's patience on using nuclear weapons is not limitless, and it would not hesitate to defend itself by all means necessary. Russian official deems Ukraine ceasefire a path to nowhere, but welcomes Trump negotiations. Lavrov goes on to say, we know the deep state runs things. They ignored Trump when he stayed out of Syria. We'll be surprised if they don't kill Trump. Putin said that. Lavrov said that. And yet devs all said that months ago, weeks ago, and again over the weekend. They said, boy, we sure hope they don't kill Trump. You know, he's not a psychotic. But these people do whatever they want. They blow the Nord Stream pipeline and blame Russia. And so Russia's saying, listen, NATO's been attacking us for 14 years in Ukraine. We're not going to make a deal unless they agree to not join NATO and demilitarize. That's why we went in there. Ukraine slows firing of missiles into Russia as Trump prepares to take office. New York Times, that's some good news. They admit Trump's putting pressure on Biden to de-escalate. He's already cut $24 billion, Trump did, by pressure on the Speaker of the House a few weeks ago. Putin says Slovakia could be host for peace talks with Ukraine. Remember, the Slovakian president, Robert Fico, been the main guy trying to get peace, so they pumped 4 bullets into him 6 months ago. Breaking ex-NATO chief Stoltenberg named new head of Bilderberg Group. That's even reported on the New York Times. Just 14 years ago, the New York Times would say Jones is insane in France or in Switzerland or the U.S. or in Istanbul, Turkey. Jones is insane. He's in the woods at Chantilly, Virginia, at a hotel, imagining there's world leaders there. I footage of it, the helicopters, the troops. I stayed in once they actually closed it. The King of Spain showed up, got video of that. Then they threw me out. They played the national anthem when he walked in, and the New York Times wrote a big article saying, Jones is insane. And then the headline was like, New World Order, Alex Jones. What year was that? That was 2009. The exact headline, but I mean, I've shown you many times. You pull it up, and it just said Jones is schizophrenic in the woods, imagining that there's a world government. That's how dumb they think you are. Oh, where are they now? Yeah, we got a world government. Yeah, it's unelected. Yeah, the EU Commission's unelected. It's for your own interest. Trump's anti-democratic. So, wow, how far we've come. Ukraine says North Korean troops are suffering heavy battlefield losses, thousands of dead troops. Who knows if that's true? It is all insane. Says Biden offered to delay Ukraine ascension to NATO in 2021. Russian president says the only thing I believe in is God, and God is with us. This video's all of that. Here's one of them. It's subtitled, but let's just get it on record. Here's the Foreign Minister Lavrov saying that Moscow has no illusions about an easy resolution of the Ukraine crisis. Here it is.
Нас не может устроить пустой разговор. Пока все, что мы слышим, это разговоры о необходимости придумать какое-то перемирие. И особо не скрывается, что нужно это перемирие для того, чтобы прекратить для продолжения накачивания Украины оружием, чтобы они привели себя в порядок, дополнительную мобилизацию осуществили и так далее. Перемирие – это путь в никуда. Нам нужны окончательные юридические договоренности, которые будут фиксировать все условия обеспечения безопасности Российской Федерации и, конечно же, законные интересы безопасности наших соседей. Но в контексте, который будет международно-правовым способом закреплять невозможность нарушения этих договоренностей.
All these videos yesterday on X separately, and I didn't see anybody tying them together, so it's something I'm going to do now.
11:46.
Policies. We don't want to transgender our kids. We don't want to eat a bunch of GMO food. We don't want world government. We want to have our own culture. And for that, they're so demonized by the left. Well, why? Because for 85 years, especially with their global control of the country, they're evil and a launch base to take over the world for communism. Now it's orthodox, bizarre.
Okay, so Christmas morning, man, 79, maybe 1980.
The New World Order has got to go.
A Super 8 projector. There's always been an 8mm projector. Where is that thing? It's here in the house somewhere. I'm sure I brought it. Even though it no longer works, but it was the family projector, and my dad, shot 8mm film of the family. There's only one film of me. Was more novel, I guess, when my older brothers were young. I came along 10 years later. But so I was always fascinated with that. We've got a bunch of 8mm, things like this. They used to sell these in camera shops, and places like Kmart, would have them. It's so when you show the family movies, you could have some little cartoons. They're short versions of theatrical cartoons, and they don't have sound. And although there were some people that were rich that got projectors that had sound, and you could get sound reels, but it's almost never the complete film unless you. Some people got actual 16mm prints of movies and things, but it's just looks like this inside. And this is before you had. Then when VHS came along, this became obsolete. So, yeah, it was before The Empire Strikes Back came out that I got that and then I got a Super 8 camera because I wanted to do stop motion animation with my Mego figures and stuff. And this is I was a teenage Frankenstein. I probably should show this in a non, where it's hi-fi and non-StreamYard thing. And it was a Super 8 had a bigger image. This is what it looks like in the back. A world of home entertainment from Ken Films. The thing about these is they had really great artwork on the covers. So even if you're never going to watch, and there are people that have transferred these reels to YouTube, but I mean, you can get the film. I Was a Teenage Frankenstein, I'm pretty sure is on YouTube. The complete film, you can watch it for free and with sound. This is just, I don't know, 7, 8 minutes of it. Without sound, little subtitles. This was exciting to get Star Wars in color. There were other ones that, let's see, it's 42.5 meters, whatever that is. I mean, people don't. That's what they use in foreign countries that are un-American. Just kidding. Features, comedies, cartoons, monsters, horror, sports. This is pretty cool to see color film of Star Wars projected. This was pretty neat stuff. What are these humans saying here? I am one of us. My time is the same as yours. Gotham City Comics. We had Betamax. Well, Betamax was the superior format, but it didn't take off. I don't think you could record as long on a beta tape or something. There was some reason why VHS. Oh, I think I know why. The adult film industry started releasing movies on VHS and not on beta, and so whatever way they went, it would pretty much dictated which way things went, because they're like probably a billion-dollar industry. Gary Davis said, I love that you just do daily things and let us come along. Yeah. It feels like we're really hanging out together. Yeah, I got to go back to the post office here in a minute. Thank you. This one doesn't have very good art. This is Heckle and Jekyll. But it's okay. I mean, it's cool. Again, it's Ken Films. This one makes the 70s movie Squirm seem a lot more horrifying than it actually was. It's an American International picture about these worms that get electrified when some power lines come down, and these worms turn supercharged and evil, and they start eating people and attacking a whole little town in Georgia or something. This is a terror worm. One could be dangerous, two could be deadly, and a billion can become a tidal wave of horror, engulfing a whole town in a living, writhing, seething orgy of ravenous destruction. The night of crawling terror. This has, now because this is in black and white and it's silent, so you don't hear the terrible acting. First of all, the acting is really bad in this AIP movie. You don't hear the voices of and it's in black and white instead of color. And there's something that makes it more horrifying. There is a scene in this movie where this guy is on a boat and he gets up and worms are crawling up under his skin into his face, and it seems like he's pulling on him. It's a horrifying, it's far more horrifying on the Super 8 black and white silent reel than it is in the actual movie. I was able to get Battle for the Planet of the Apes, which is the final Planet of the Apes movie. That's the real Planet of the Apes movies, the ones that aren't computer generated. It's the fifth one. It's in black and white. It's not in color. See, it tells you down there in tiny print somewhere. See it there. This is the. This kind of has like a TV movie budget. It's not. I mean, I accept it as part of the, but it's considered to be the worst of the five. Um, and then after that, there was a TV series and then a cartoon the next season. And I don't know if Beneath Escape or Conquest were done. I think it was only Planet of the Apes and Beneath and Battle for the Planet of the Apes that were done as Super 8. Again, this is also in black and white, and I don't remember what these cost, but they were expensive. The people that collect them now, I think, collect them mainly for the artwork on the covers of them. I think this one I got more recent years, but it's the oldest one I've got. It's Howdy Doodie's Christmas. But this is you can get this on YouTube with sound and the whole Howdy Doody Christmas episode. It's Castle Films was the other. It was Ken Films. Castle Films was an earlier company. And this one I got more recently, and then recently, probably in the 90s. It's Rodin. And see, the poster art is incredible. A little guy falling out of Rodin's mouth. And this was the artwork used for the American release of Rodin. It just unbelievable. Fortunately, tape got rid of this couple. This couple here, they appear on a lot of movie posters. See them there? I'll show you. See that couple? I think they first appeared. I could be wrong. Oh crap! I dropped the Roku remote and I turned off the television broadcast. I think they first appeared here on this Monster in the Campus poster. See, that's them.
Big retailers don't want you to have this zoom lens, but there's nothing.
This is Reynold Brown, the guy that painted a lot of these AIP posters in the 50s. How about that? What are people talking about here? Glenn says, what Gary said, I agree. Gary Davis says, I want a painting. Reynold Brown painting? They were, my friend Tom had a whole bunch of original Reynold Brown paintings. But he became known. There was a PBS documentary called The Man Who Painted Monsters. And it turned out this one artist was the guy that painted a lot of these 50s monster movie posters. And Tom bought a bunch of them because well, he was from a wealthy family, but he was making good money in Hollywood. And, he still had a few of them when he passed away, so his family still has them, I'm sure. But I remember he sold The Creature Walks Among Us, the poster for that. That was Reynold Brown. He had the poster art for Tarantula, really spectacular. I remember his stuff was scattered everywhere because he didn't have a set place to live in. He had stuff in different warehouses, and I think he kept the tarantula painting. A friend of his in L.A. held on to it, and then he finally got it back from him. And I remember seeing the tarantula poster, was original art for it. He had it in the house of Glenn Bray, who's a major monster art collector. He's like the authority on Basil Wolverton's art and everything. This is one of the great ones. I remember seeing these when I was a kid in stores. But this one, the spider, does not look like that in the movie. He doesn't have a skull head. It would have been great if he did. It must eat you to live. This is one of the great boxes or the great posters. Police are shooting at him. It says superimposed titles. In other words, it has subtitles. That's just a great one. End home movie doldrums. Turn on with the movie greats. You know that this is 60s when they're saying turn on with this. Turn on, tune in, drop out with the spider. Laugh with Jerry Lewis. Thrilled that Joan Crawford and Cary Grant follow the exciting adventures of John Wayne and Charles Laughton. We also have a great selection of cartoons featuring such greats as Mighty Mouse, Heckle and Jekyll, Terry Bear's Deputy Dog, and list goes. In other words, they had a contract with Terry Toons. Those are all the Terry Toons. Yes, indeed. What are humans saying here? But I can't pay for it at the moment. I want a painting, but I can't pay for it at the moment. I want that Adam's giraffe. I could paint a new one of it probably. Is we need extra money. Meyer says, "Good morning, guys. I stayed up late and just woke up. Life of Riley over here." This is a good one too. Night of the Blood Beast is actually Night of the Blood Beast is actually what Alien, the movie Alien, was kind of based on two movies, Night of the Blood Beast and Planet of the Vampires. A lot of the look of the production of Alien came from Planet of the Vampires, I think. Um, but the thing about the alien growing inside of someone came from Night of the Blood Beast. The astronaut comes back with it, the alien inside of him. But this poster art uses the monster ripping off his own head from the Beast of Blood uh, movie. So this is not the actual artwork, but it's a fantastic box. Night of the Blood Beast. No girl was safe while this headhunting thing roamed the land. Now this shouldn't be in a closet. I'm going to put some of these just on display, I think. The Spider, Night of the Blood Beast, these should just be out where I can see them all the time. I was a teenage Frankenstein. I I think, oh, Rodan also. And I'm going to put these four, I'm going to leave these four out. This one is The Origin of Spider-Man. It's from the 1967 cartoon from Grand Tree Lawrence. But it's the origin of Spider-Man, as you would see in Amazing Fantasy 15, if it was in black and white and silent, and you don't hear the great music and everything. It's still cool, when you're a kid and you don't. And VHS is still a few years away. And here's another Heckle and Jekyll. These all came. These ones came from the Kmart near my house. The It became a Kroger shop at a supermarket, and almost every time we'd go in to that Kroger back where I used to live in Arlington, I'd say to my wife, "This used to be a Kmart," and she just thought I'm mentally ill. Like, well, you keep saying this used to be a Kmart, but I used to say that because it really meant a lot to me when it was a Kmart. It really That's where stuff these things came from, and there was a lot of good memories attached to that building when it was a Kmart. So that's why I kept mentioning it, but I probably mentioned it too many times. It kind of made me look like a mental patient. Why do you keep telling me it was a Kmart? I mean, everyone knows it. My wife's younger than me, but she knows that Kmart is better than Walmart. I mean, she remembers that. Walmart is just a horrible thing. But there's Kmart was better. Target was in between Kmart and Walmart, it seems like. But I don't know. They're just better memories of Kmart. It's just
join a bunch of stations.
I don't know.
After that, people are like, why does he have breaks? Well, we have half the breaks of other radio shows.
It's probably 11 now.
On the radio, I've been on radio for 30 years, almost 30 on air.
He almost sounds like Rush Limbaugh. Who, me or Alex Jones?
9 years on air on radio, and you're so much radio station.
I didn't know you could even hear that. I don't know how much you can hear. StreamYard has terrible sound. I don't know how much you can hear of ambient sound. But okay, so that's that. I'm leaving those four out. I'll figure out a way to display them.
Insurance support too. Whatever you follow me on X. At AJN Live on X. So critical. Follow me now. At AJN Live. Nobody else. Follow us as well. Be right back. More amazing health news. Patriot Apparel, stockless.com. Not a lot of people are getting very competitive. And it's critical. But you do have
What are people saying here? Did you do the Addams Family celebrating around the Christmas tree? Oh boy. Probably. I, I, it would be a lot easier. Do you mean the Charles Addams cartoon family, or make them look like the cast from the 64 through 66 TV series? That would be hard. I could probably do it, but trying to find photo references. I'm better at painting monsters and things that, as opposed to things that look like real people. But I probably could. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, probably. There's one I want that has a shock monster guy in the front. Yeah, you sent me that picture. Let me see if I can't conjure that up here.
President Trump as the 47th president on January 6th. They're writing op-eds everywhere, lying and saying he's convicted of insurrection. We never was. They are treating you like you have a 70 IQ, room temperature. Amazing. But I wanted to talk about some of the positive news. It's official. The CDC saying a new pandemic may be here of COVID. Oh, and the bird flu. Oh, and the monkeypox. The monkeypox part 2. And they declared their emergency last week in California. It wasn't hard to predict. And then they would start declaring, all sorts of other crises to try to take control of the Trump administration and at least shut down blue cities and states to stymie a recovery. The bureaucrats in Europe are doing the same thing. Australia, New Zealand. Because what did they say decades ago? The UN, the globalists, WF symbol used the threat.
And this is what Kevin's talking about. There's apparently a film out.
This is really a carbon block.
It just says horror, 8mm home movies. I don't know what movie that actually is, but they used the shock monster guy. Still telling what that is, but that's amazing. Yeah, he sent me a picture of that last night. This is what I sent him back. I said, "Are you going to get this magazine in today?" And if he is, I'd love to get it. And then when he sends back the other magazine, I would like to buy this one because this is Cryptology #1. It's like a magazine meant just for me. I can't believe I complain about today a lot. Today, not today, Friday, December 27th, but the world of today. But there's stuff coming out like that today. Cryptology is like the Monster Times is published on slick paper. Monster Times is one of the wonderful things about being alive in the 1970s. There's a revival of Castle of Frankenstein that's back. They're doing an EC issue soon. I think in March. And you've got that
Discounted right now at the Alex Shows.
that cryptology magazine, but there's all kind. What else was it? Cryptology, and this Monster Bash magazine put out by this guy. What's his name? Ron Adams. That's incredible.
So good for your whole body, make you feel so good. I'm
Uh,
on it. That's one of the big reasons.
Terry Davis. My grandfather had a projector and a box full of films. My mom sold them ages ago. Yeah, it's a shame. Well, people figured there'd be no purpose for them because we had VHS or, Okay, off to the post office again. Let's see how long it takes to get to the post office. Did someone start a timer? I'll tell you when to start your timers. Someone, one of you, 21 people must have a timer. Uh, I, okay, look at your watch if you don't have a timer. Let's see. We're gonna see how long it takes to get there. Okay, go. How long does it take to get to the post office? The marquee of the theater's up. I wonder if they got their projector working. We got to drive by there and see if they say we're still closed. That really sucks that the projector went bad at the only movie theater in town.
The temperature was 43 degrees at Minneapolis. In Crescent, fog was reported. The temperature was 48 degrees. Now here is the hazardous weather outlook for portions of central Iowa. For today and tonight, a dense fog advisory is in effect for the area. Please refer to the National Weather Service website at weather.gov/Des for further details. And now the extended outlook for the period Saturday through Thursday, a return to colder temperatures along with the possibility for some light snowfall is anticipated for the early part of next week. Spotter information statement. Spotters will not be needed. This is
I
Noah
guess a lot of people mail
radio
shit late
station KX965
after Christmas.
Atlantic,
So,
Iowa, transmitting on 100.
all right, I'm going to mail this now. What are people saying? Yeah. All right, I'll be back. All right. So I got a tracking number and all that jazz. I'll send it to Kevin. Um, those 8mm films were great. Oh, yeah.
This is Miller All Hazards Weather Radio Station KXI 60.
Maybe walking miles at a time, it can become extremely burdensome. And Walker says the grants are a good way to help departments be prepared for anything. Those departments that don't have a lot of resources or money available to just go out and buy stuff, this helps supplement that, and they're able to go out and purchase some of that more specialized wildland fire gear, whether it's pants, shirts, coats, boots, some hand tools, etc. This helps kind of, cover half of the cost of some of that stuff. Walker says we saw one of the busier wildfire seasons in Iowa this year. We had several days with higher temperatures, high winds, low humidities, which combined to be what we would call red flag warning type days. Any kind of spark or source of ignition could cause a very significant catastrophic wildfire across anywhere in rural Iowa. The Iowa Volunteer Fire Departments received a total of $416,000 in grants. With just a few days left in 2024, many Iowans are making year-end donations to charities to help with their tax picture this year. But they're warned to look closely before writing the check. Teresa Fritz with the Better Business Bureau says to do some research before donating even a dime. Fritz says the Bureau evaluates hundreds of charities at the website give.org based on 20 different factors, with one of the biggest being accountability.
We look to see if they are using their money.
Then a chance of rain in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-40s. Chance of rain 50%. Monday night, cloudy. Rain likely with a slight chance of snow until midnight. Then a chance of rain and snow after midnight. Little or no snow accumulation. Lows in the mid-20s. Chance of precipitation 70%. Tuesday, mostly cloudy in the morning, then becoming partly sunny. Cooler with highs in the mid-30s. Tuesday night, mostly cloudy.
All right.
Lows around 20. Wind chill values as low as 10 above. New Year's Day, mostly sunny. Highs around 30. Wind chill values as low as 10 above. Wednesday night, partly cloudy. Lows 10 to 15. Wind chill values as low as 10 above. Thursday.
We had the creature walks among us on Castle 8mm. I always wanted to watch it a second time, but I was youngest, and everyone was bossy and authoritarian leftist. Yeah. Yeah, my friend had the original painting, like I said, for that poster. I think he's about to throw someone down off of something, as I recall. Oh, well. Incredible. Oh, bring this ticket in. That stuff. I'm glad I got that done. Got that mailed back. Supposed to be there on New Year's Eve, according to this.
Absolutely dominate the social media landscape like this has, and for good reason.
It says the theater's temporarily closed. Let's see what this article says in the paper.
Down the middle, it seems, and it's very interesting choice to see where people fall on which side of this debate. But I think it's a lot larger than just the H-1B.
Really suspended operation due to the failure of its projection system. Theater will remain closed until further notice. The malfunction was discovered Saturday, December 14th, just prior to the regular 7 o'clock showing. Later inspection by Heartland Theater Services revealed the projector would require refurbishing or replacement. The cost to refurbish the current 13-year-old projector was estimated at $20,000. Placement of the current projector with a brand new laser projector was quoted at $48,886. One advantage of a new laser projector would be the elimination of a need to replace $1,000 projection light bulbs on a regular basis. At an emergency meeting last week, theater board elected to order a new projector with the hope of having it delivered within the next 2 to 3 weeks, with installation to follow. The goal is to have the theater open again by mid to late January. Okay, so they already ordered a new projector. The Princess Board is seeking tax-deductible donations and plans to announce a series of fundraising events in the coming weeks to offset the unexpected cost of the new projector. Okay, so they're going to have a new projector. It's just a matter of it's a matter of they'll just have to pay for it. Maybe they could get, well, I can't say they could get some good movies because Hollywood doesn't provide them with good movies. I think they should play old movies like John Wayne stuff, and but I don't know if that would bring people out. I'm probably out of my mind.
Your reach will be limited, and you won't really be able to tell. It'll just aren't quite as popular, maybe as they used to be. When in reality, they're just not being committed to as many people as they once were.
Okay, so they still have some way to see Superman in July.
And Alex talked a little bit about it on the show earlier today, and of course said that I'd come on and talk about it. So I'll do that. I'll come on and talk about it. And again, not just the H-1B visa debate that's going on, but the rhetorical methods that are being used to obscure the reality of the situation, as well as sort of the overall purpose of the drive for diversity, so-called diversity in quotes. Which of course means everybody.
Oh no!
All black women, and they're like,
Here I
it's
am.
so diverse. It's 100% diverse. It's like that's
No.
not what that word means. Actually, that is the opposite of diverse. That is
I
monolithic. So the way these words are used, the way the
see how
language and
they make Eve look so evil with the look on her face.
it's all very interesting and pertinent as we look around the world today and we see the methods that the globalists are using to divide and conquer.
I always enjoyed Jack Chick comics. I have a lot more than this. The others are somewhere.
And aren't on there continuously.
These
Like my dad yesterday, was just like, "What's up with this H-1B thing?" I'm just like, "Oh, how much?"
I would like to have a complete set of these.
The whole thing is a very tangled mess. And
There's several different artists. I'd like to know more about
sort of start
them.
thanking Alex Jones for giving me this platform, because I've said it a million times, but it's worth re-emphasizing. I've never been told what to say. There's been one time in the 4+ years, in fact, we're coming up on the 4th anniversary of the American Journal, the morning show that I do here.
Kevin's at the shop waiting for the diamond order.
In that entire 4-year.
So you're open at this point, right? It's 2:22 in the afternoon.
And it was at the outbreak of the Ukraine war. He simply sent a message to Owen and I just saying, don't be flippant about this. This is war. This is serious.
So there was a new facsimile that came out, but it's an facsimile of a new comic. I call it new. It's probably from like 1981. That to me is new. One of those DC Comics presents, I think, with the first new Teen Titans appearance. I think they've just done a facsimile of that, which I have the original of that. In fact, let me go make sure I have the original of that. Let's go do that now.
I've gone with the mindset I've gone to every broadcast with. I'm allowed to say whatever I want. I just have to tell the truth. And I have this incredible platform that I take very seriously and that I attempt to treat with the respect it deserves and not take any of this flippantly, as I know there are millions of people.
Let's take these comics upstairs.
On us for giving them some semblance of truth in a world just beset continuously by lies. And so we're going to talk about the H-1B scandal on X over the last few days, and I'll try to break down sort of where the divergence comes from, because what it reminds me of is things like the gun control debate, where they'll bring out some statistic that's like 15,000 people died.
What's up? I'll get it for you. My wife is upset she left her Dr. Pepper in the freezer, apparently. Just trying to make it colder.
Fly to Cincinnati or St. Louis in the early morning for a full day's work. Plenty of return flights in the afternoon or evening at your convenience. And with every Delta flight, you get that famous Delta difference. The alert, friendly,
I'm on the right Wi-Fi up here.
you remember how pleasant, long after you've forgotten how fast. For reservations to Cincinnati and St. Louis, call Delta or see your travel agent.
Okay.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Let me go get her
Dave
Dr.
Letterman
Pepper
off
for her.
on tape. This is Dave Letterman inviting you to blow off all attention from that first week of classes this weekend at Teenco, a mile east of Post Road on Pendleton.
It's a boy. It's a dog. That's my baby. Here I am in a movie episode. I wonder why a man has to carry this load. It used to be the Western movie shooting up the land. There goes my baby in Superman pan. My baby's gone comic book crazy. My baby's gone comic book crazy. This looks like a job for Superman. What do I have to do to keep my love hot? The girl ain't satisfied with what she's got. Now Donald Duck is sitting on my chimney top. He's waiting to take my baby to the regular house. My baby's gone comic book crazy. My baby's gone comic book crazy. All the girl can say is, my baby's gone comic book crazy. All night long, Woody Woodpecker is talking. And all day long, Bugs Bunny is hunting. What's up, Doc? I am that girl, how do you spell right? Now you know that everybody knows that. She turned around and she looked at me and she said, "What about food? So we right. What about you at food?" My baby's gone comic book crazy. My baby's gone comic book crazy. It's like a job for Superman. My baby's gone comic book crazy. My baby's gone comic book crazy. My baby's gone comic book crazy. That's all, folks.
This is Dr. Grotu Orloff. You're tuned in to the greatest radio station in the history of mankind. 106.9 FM.
Oh man. Well, the Dr. Pepper she had put in the freezer did not explode. It was a bottle, one of those bottle ones that they actually make with cane sugar, so it tastes like Dr. Pepper used to, but it was solidly frozen though. So, okay. So what am I doing? I'm going through a couple of boxes. Where's the books? Oh, boy, this floor is really uneven up here in the attic. It's like the Leaning Tower of Pizza, man. Okay, these King books. I'm not sure exactly where to file these, so that's gonna be something I'm gonna figure it out. I've got some books I need to file. Let's see what we got here. Batman, Batman, Black Goliath. I want to see if I have Black Goliath #1. I think I do. I know I have at least one issue of Black Goliath. It was okay. These are independent comics. Trump one. I'll just go in the independent file. Uh, Man, that's really nice artwork, man. That really is great. Okay, replica of Silver Age comic goes with the Silver Age. I just filed the replica facsimiles right there with the real. Uh, the heck. That's not a very good angle, is it? Yeah. How about that? That's a good angle. Okay. Oh, oh this is the second box. What's the next box? This goes All Star Squadron to Avengers. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing in this box I need to look at. This one is the first box. So this would be my earliest action comics from the Bronze Age. Early 20. To me, Bronze Age started when comics went to 20 cents. People can argue that, but they would be wrong. They'd be wrong, at least as far as my truth. My truth is that Bronze Age started at 30 cents. Okay. Adventure comics. Okay. Isn't this a great cover? Look at that. Oh, I have two of that one. I think this is a great character that I always liked the design of this character, and this is a great time period. I mean, this is when I was really getting into comics and in this time period. And then they, they brought the Spectre in, and these were really warped stories written by Michael Fleischer. They used to be very cheap to buy. I don't know if they still are. Yeah, see, for a while, horror had taken over the comics industry there in the early 70s. So they changed the name to Weird Adventure Comics. Missing Mars. One of the regular viewers was complaining I wasn't showing the covers very long yesterday or whenever I did that last live stream. It was mainly because I was tired trying to get those books filed. Plus, I figured everyone's already seen all these Charlton books before because I've shown them about 4 times before. But I can't assume that everyone's always seen every episode. See, Holocaust used to be a word you'd see on the covers a lot on comics in the 60s and 70s. You wouldn't see that now because the word Holocaust has one meaning now, but the original meaning was just a fiery destruction. It was a Holocaust. And then there was a 1978 miniseries called Holocaust about what happened in World War II, and then after that, the word pretty much only had that one meaning. Okay. Well, you don't want to see all these adventure comics. What I'm trying to do is file this. Oh man, I want to file this Adventures of the Outsiders, and it's the comic actually starts with. So I got to put that after. It's the only copy I have of that title. There's Adventures in the DC Universe. That's but I JKLMNO. Okay, here's Adventures on the Planet of the Apes. Adventures of Kool-Aid Man. Okay. One of the great Marvel comics. Adventures of Kool-Aid Man. Then I have Adventures on the Planet of the Apes. Adventures of the Outsiders would go after Adventures of Kool-Aid Man. And before, these are reprints from the black and white Marvel magazine, reprinted in the color comics just really about a year later, not very long afterwards, they reprinted them. And I was kind of confused as a kid. Should I buy them again? I bought some of them, but I just thought, man, I already bought this. Do I need it again just because it's in color now? That must be the dilemma faced by these Walking Dead idiots. Do I have to buy them all again because they're reprinting them in color now? Okay, here's an Adventure Comics. Doesn't have a back cover, but it's the 15 cents, so this needs to go over there in the Silver Age. Okay, is Batman going to be in this box? I don't think so. It goes to All-Star Squad. Okay, where are those books? What? Okay. Alf, Amazing Adventures, Combat Kelly, Chris Star. Okay. This goes to from Action Comics to All Star Squadron. Okay, so Alf would need to go in this box. It's Alf Christmas Special. I don't have the Alf with that controversial cover. Don't even ask. This one has a parody of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but I don't think. I think it's escaped the radar of turtle collectors. So. I already have a copy of this Alf Holiday Special. Now I have doubles of it. Wow. Jambo Comics was nice enough to send me this as a replacement for the copy I had stolen, and it's a good place saver until I am able to. It's such a shame. I had this bought from the newsstand when I was in 5th grade in perfect condition, and it just disappeared from my collection. And then I have issue 59, and I just got a copy of issue 59. I wasn't sure if I already had this. I thought I did, but then I was thinking, was that also stolen? But so I've got 58, 59, and then there's 60. This was All Star Comics was a comic in the 1940s, obviously, that introduced the Justice Society, and it stopped publishing. Well, they changed it, and its name to All Star Western. But what they did with this, it's really a brilliant idea. It was see about 25 years after it stopped being All Star Comics, they brought it back and started the numbering exactly this. They started the numbering 58, with 57 was the last issue that was the real All Star Comics. They didn't count the All Star Western. So this is just a, it's in the mid 70s they brought back the All Star Comics. This is Roy Thomas's idea because he loved those comics in that time period. So some of these had Wally Wood art in them. Okay, that's that.
There's always something fresh and good waiting for you.
Amazing Adventures. All Star Comics.
Always something fresh and tasty. Grateful for the coffee and pastry.
Okay, Amazing Adventures.
Fresh are the fixings of Elias Brothers Restaurant. Like fresh ground beans from the beach, sweet Bermuda onions, snap and fresh lettuce and ripe red tomatoes. Fresh light pastries and donuts too. Well, that's the kind of fresh fixings that go into the fine food at Elias Brothers every day. There's always something fresh and good waiting for you. Elias Brothers, where quality comes through. Always something fresh and tasty. Great food, coffee, and pastry. Elias Brothers, let's do it.
There's Amazing Adventures. It's the origin of the beast. That's 20. That's 17. But with 18, they introduced this character. It's kind of an unfortunate. Um, it's a great comic, but uh, his costume, his how do you explain it? Uh, remember Zardoz? It's kind of like what Sean Connery wore in that. Um, it's based on H.G. Wells, but it's like the Martians actually come back and then they take over this time. And Killraven is fighting against them. It's like, if you ever show a Spider-Man comic with Craven the Hunter to your wife or someone that's not a comic reader, they're going to think, well, what is this? Because he looks like one of the village people, and it's kind of the same thing with Killraven. But we know Killraven's cool, but to normal people, Killraven, I have two copies of that one. I have duplicates of a bunch of these because I would find them and I'd forget, do I have that one? And they'd always be cheap. This is 2, 3. I'm really not trying to hoard them. These are all accidents. I thought, do I have 21? It's just like, okay, barbarian comics are selling, and let's do a War of the Worlds barbarian comic. This is the first one I bought. This is off the newsstand. This is my childhood copy. Well, what I'm trying to do is I got this copy of 36 was sent to me by Jumbo, and I'm trying to file it in. And son of a biscuit, here's 33. I don't have 36. I thought I had a complete run of all of these, but I don't. That's 33, and the next one I have is 37. And if you want to see all of these, I could do that sometime, but that time is not today. Boy, people don't like to comment very much on my stream, do they? I still want these comments. Oh, well. I am one of us says, nice collection, too. Well, yeah, it's all right. It's not a. It's what I've been able to put together while collecting many other things. Damn. Okay, so this is okay. Adventures, adventures, adventures. Boy, I got a lot of adventures. Adventures, Batman, Batman, Batman. Okay. Damn it.
It's a dog. My baby. Here I am. I wonder why a man has to carry this load. Put my baby in somebody's hands. My baby won't crazy.
I'm curious about the new Nosferatu. I just got free Apple TV for 3 months, so I guess I'll watch Fly Me to the Moon. Oh, yeah, I'll watch that with you. Oh, Kevin's here. Did you go up getting your order, diamond shipment?
Are you there? I can barely hear you.
I'm here, yes.
I'm in the
Is the
back
sound
wing.
shitty? Huh?
I'm in the back wing. I'll be up there in a minute.
Sound just, I may need to turn this music down. Maybe that's the problem.
This is Dr. Cretu Orloff. You're tuned in to the greatest radio station
Oh, okay.
in kind. 106.9 FM.
Is this on CD? Do you have a radio station?
It's on DVD-R, yeah.
My order just got here. I got to write a check real quick. Hold on.
Oh, okay. The other day I was, let's see, how do I do this? I'm trying to remember how this works. My wife says I look really cute. Uh, he's in the back. He'll be there in a minute. Oh, that's my wife is translating what he was saying. Oh, I see. He wasn't able to move with his phone. I thought he was saying my sound wasn't any good. It's the other day I saw a copy of this. I don't even have this backed and boarded, and I think this is a pretty high dollar comic. How do I make this? Man, tell me if I'm wrong. I think this is pretty high dollar. I bought this off the newsstand, but I just showed you like yesterday. I had a Whitman variant of that issue. Where the hell is that? What I'm looking for is that issue they just did the facsimile of. I've got one, two, three, four. Don't have five, six. Don't have eight, 13, 18, 21. It's kind of like DC's version of Marvel Team Up. Yeah, I couldn't hear him well, but I heard him well enough. Oh, it's this one. Yeah, they just did a facsimile of this that he just got in. It's a reprint of the first new Teen Titans. See, they were revising the Teen Titans to try to be like Marvel with the new X-Men. And it's got a great cover. Look at that monster in the background. Uh, when a facsimile comes out of a comic that I own, sometimes I want to get the facsimile just because it's kind of like makes you feel good that you've got something that's so valuable that they had to make a fake version of it. Um, and it seems like this should be more valuable. I mean, the Teen Titans has been turned into a cartoon multiple times, into a TV series. So these characters that were introduced, like Raven and Starfire, first time in this particular issue, seems like it would be more valuable. But what does this go for? Is someone able to look this up right now? Oh, here it is. No, that's the one I no, that's the one I just pulled up. Sorry. 26. Okay, so and this one introduces the new Wonder Woman, where she has two W's on her chest instead of an eagle. That was good. Damn. Damn. Pretty set.
They caught four guys at UPS stealing packages. They were working for the company.
Yeah?
They would print off their own shipping labels to their house, and they would put it right on top and have the
Yeah.
package shipped to their house.
How did they know what was in it?
They didn't. They would just guess and think that this one looks like it's worth a lot,
What if it's a bunch of tampons, man?
and they're screwed on that one. I think they kind of know what they were looking for. Like maybe, you know how some companies put their name on the side.
Yeah, they're probably not looking at comic books.
No, they weren't looking. Oh, maybe if they saw diamond, they thought it was real diamonds inside.
Yeah. Yeah, they should change the name from Diamond to Nothing Valuable.
Look at this. This is funny. Look at what they bubble wrapped my. Look at what they bubble wrapped. They bubble wrapped my free previews.
You don't want those get dinged up.
You put these on the bottom. Use these for cushion on the bottom.
Yeah.
You don't bubble wrap them. How you doing? How's it going?
Asking you about
Some
your jersey shirt.
Jerseys?
This one right here.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
You got more stuff like that in my clothes rack. You know, a bunch
Oh
of
yeah,
people
you're the
that'll just
Joker
buy
guy.
up
Yeah.
all that shit.
Yeah. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I'll look into it.
What in the name of shit? Oh, this is the wrong box, man.
How you doing? Looking for anything today?
Oh, here it is. Yeah, here's
Seeing
the.
the stuff on the bottom that wasn't bubble wrapped? No damage.
Whoa, shit.
Yeah, Funko people won't buy it if the box is damaged on it. Look at my Frankenstein's damaged.
Oh no.
Yeah, because they don't put anything in there.
What kind of Frankenstein is he?
That's the It's just supposed to be the basil go-go painted one.
Oh, okay. Do they force you to send it back, or do they just replace it?
They don't want this back. It probably costs more to send it back than it's worth.
Man, I
See, it's small. It's not the size of a normal Mac.
yeah, but hell, I'll buy that damaged one if they let you keep it.
I
I
think I'm gonna put it on heavy duty.
Yeah, that's smart. But when you get another one, that's something cool. I like that.
You can make any doll into a
Yeah, exactly.
different. Let's see. I have a Cabbage Patch doll over here. Put it on her.
Weren't you
This
wanting
is
to
one of the.
show us the Cabbage Patch doll that eats hair? Is
Yeah, it's
that it?
this one. Yeah,
Tell the story about it.
I've told it too many times.
Well, I don't know if you have on the show. I think were you telling us on the show?
Yeah, this
The
is the
kid's
snack
hair
time.
got caught in it and it keeps chewing and won't shut off, and it just until it rips the hair out of the child.
Yeah, there's a. It's making the rounds on YouTube. There's a an old news broadcast about it when this thing came out.
Yeah.
I have one
What
the
is
box. I actually sold it yesterday.
Oh wow.
I made
Is
sure that the guy knew about it.
is this DC Comics Presents #1? What is it worth now?
I don't know.
This is
How you
a
doing?
Whitman variant. I just found it.
Here's the good. How you guys doing? Oh, look at it. Fits her perfect. Good. Doesn't even fall off. It like fits her tight.
Well, that keeps your hair from getting eaten.
So it's called Snack Time. Couch Fat Kid, and it eats these
That
sticks.
Oh man, that's insane.
So you feed her these sticks, and then it dumps them out in this backpack. But if it gets your hair, it doesn't stop. It just eats your hair until you're scalped. There's no shut off switch. This is the only. To activate it, you just put something in the mouth and it starts eating.
It's incredible that was what's a popular toy.
But the
It's
fun
so
here, let
horrible.
me show you something crazier. So to turn it off, you have to open the clothing, go to the side, unvelcro here. Hold on.
While your hair is being pulled out of your head, you have to do all
Yeah,
this.
unvelcro here. Now you have to get a screwdriver, undo that little screw right there. Take the lid, the battery pack off, and then take the batteries out.
Well, maybe you just should make sure that's only sold as a plaything for Marines that have a buzz cut.
Yeah, well, it's just for collectors. It's not for kids.
Yeah.
So, see that
Well,
screw?
some toys they've made it illegal to sell them, like lawn darts. I think those are illegal
Yeah,
to
I
sell.
couldn't. I tried to sell this on eBay and they wouldn't let me, so I had to sell it in here. Look at this. They even invented. They didn't think about a shut-off switch, but it thought about putting a string that attaches the lid of the battery case to the battery case so you don't lose it. See that string? So you
Yeah.
don't lose the battery um, cap. They went through all that. They did that. But they didn't think about putting a switch on it anywhere. I don't
Wow.
have batteries, but I'd show you guys it working.
You have any customers that would volunteer to allow their hair to be eaten by it?
I know. You don't want that to happen.
Well, I think that's worth just putting out on display in your store.
Yeah. Well, I had
That's
the one. I had a brand new one in box.
Yeah. What I mean, it's now that you got the Frankenstein mask, it looks like something that should be on display in your shop.
Yeah, it's true. See what else damaged in here. Well, at least the free previews are safe. They're perfect condition.
Someday those may actually be. You think they'll ever be valuable previews?
No,
Like 50 years from now? What do you think? If you had previews from if they made them in 1975, that would be interesting, or from 1964.
yeah,
I
that
know
would
they
be.
didn't make them then, but
I got that Misfits statue. Look at this.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. This has some value. This has got, I think, the first Constantine in it or something. I don't know. It has something in it that people care about.
But
That's
they're
nothing
bringing
I
back
care about. This is a good one. This Plastic Man DC special. That's 18, 15. 15. See something like this, I save it, even though it's kind of like a previews. But this is from 1993, so it's 30 something years old.
Is that Hulk the Spider-Man?
There's always something fresh and good waiting for you at your Live Brothers, where quality comes through. Always something fresh and tasty, great food, coffee and pastry at Elias Brothers Restaurant. Fresh are the fixings at Elias Brothers Restaurants, like fresh ground lean tender beef, Sweet Bermuda onions, snap and fresh lettuce, light red tomato, fresh fried pastries and donuts too. So that's the kind of fresh fixings that go into the fine food at Elias Brothers every day. There's always something fresh and good waiting for you at Elias Brothers, where quality comes through. Always something fresh and tasty, great food, coffee, and pastry at Elias Brothers Restaurant. Ouch.
Are you sure it's full price?
Yeah, cover price on the back. Yeah. Hey, is Toddy Walnuts watching?
I don't know. If you're watching, let us know in the chat.
I got
You have
something
something
for
you
him.
want to show him?
No, I want to surprise him.
Oh,
Look at good thing they sent this just in time for Christmas. Get an early start for next year. This guy's really cool. Look at this guy.
oh yeah, that's good. Is that a remake of an old one?
This is straight out of the cartoon. They've never made one that looked like this before.
Oh, okay, that's why it's got the filmation looking thing. It says cartoon instead of filmation because I guess they couldn't use
Hmm.
that name, but it's definitely the filmation logo and everything.
Yeah, these are all what they look like in the cartoon.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there's another one. This one's cool.
Yeah, that stuff's cool. I just dodged a bullet by being a little too old to be nostalgic for the He-Man stuff because I was already in college when that stuff started. So that would be a pain to have to buy a lot of that stuff because that's too much.
Look at this. You like Rogue from the X-Men?
Yeah.
Look at this big figure. It's a 12-inch figure.
Hold on. Let me see. A 12-inch, like GI Joe size,
Yeah.
but you can't see her because it's a sealed box. Or does it
Let's
have a
see.
window?
Uh,
The door
I
is
think it
open.
had the magnet. Let's look. I think it had the magnet.
Meyer likes those new car. I like that first one with the bug eyes. Yeah, that was great. Yeah, those are cool. I have to admit.
Yeah, if nobody buys them, I'll keep them.
Huh?
Nobody buys them, I'll keep them. Sure. They use Velcro. Okay, we can kind of look at it. Ready? You see her?
Yeah. What is it? Plastic hair? Yeah. But it's got tendrils. Like that's pretty good, actually.
It's supposed to be painted like it looks like the cartoon.
Is that that's probably a very
All right, have a good one,
expensive
guys.
figure.
Yeah, these are like 200.
Shit.
I had a guy, he pre-ordered one, but he's gonna have to. He doesn't have the monies. He's gonna have to trade me for stuff he has.
Uh,
Yeah. Even if you have 2 or 3 good jobs, you can't buy this kind of stuff anymore.
yeah, that's nuts. I'd like to get that Vampira 12-inch figure, but that's like a big, very expensive $300 thing.
Yeah. People can't even afford Taco Bell anymore. Taco Bell is like a luxury now.
Is it really that expensive?
Yeah. It's like $20 just for one person to eat at Taco Bell. You used to be able
What?
to get one of everything off the menu for $20.
Yeah, Myers says very nice Mondo figure. I have a few Mondo Batman the Animated Series figures, but I bought them before they were expensive. Okay, so that's the name of the company, Mondo, huh?
Yeah, I got 2 of them. They only
So
made a
toys,
1,000 of them.
so toy stuff comes from Diamond, pretty much, huh?
Sometimes I have a lot of different distributors. Oh, here's another monster.
That's pretty good.
Oh, here's a Terry Funk figure.
I know that he's a wrestler, but I don't know anything about his personality or anything.
It's one of those Japanese figures. It's based on his old look,
Uh,
probably from the 1970s. It's got a Texas Broncos jacket on. I like that wrestling figure that you have, though.
oh, the one with the big hammer.
Yeah.
Well, here's what I've discovered here. I just got Black Goliath 2 and 3 from you. And then I found that
You
I
already
have
had one.
Black Goliath number 4. And
Oh, so
then
you don't
one,
need that 4 that's over here, then, huh?
I guess not, because I have 2 copies of Black Goliath number 4. Yeah, I don't think I'd need another one. That would be kind of shitty. But what do you have a Black Goliath 5? Did you have 5 too, also? Because I have a 5 and it's all soiled and awful looking. It's,
You have 4 and 5 in your pile, so you only need the 5.
I need 5.
All right, I'm gonna put this
4.
4 away. You don't need that.
No, I really don't need it. But yeah, I don't need a third one. I got to start going through these boxes and learn more of what I actually have. That was ridiculous ordering a second copy of that Monster magazine from you. They say it'll be there at New Year's Eve.
Eve or day?
It's December 31st. Yeah, I'll send you the tracking number as soon as I can here. All right, says he also has a handful of Mondo He-Man figures. He forgot very high quality figures.
I
Um,
can't do the $200 figures. I'd rather buy a vintage figure for 200.
yeah,
What should I do with this guy? I should put him somewhere cool.
um, well,
Should put him in the mouth of a monster
I,
or something, right?
I was gonna say, or put him in the Monsterizer. I don't know. Uh, yeah, maybe have him a victim of a monster. I don't know, man. Would someone have bought that if you'd gotten it before Christmas? You think?
Yeah, for sure. It's one of those things you put by the register and it sells instantly. Not
Yeah,
after Christmas, though.
I don't understand normal people. I don't know how they think. See, it's all a mystery to me.
He's one of those bendy figures. Put him like in the mouth of this.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I'm
Is
sitting there.
that good?
Yeah, that's good.
Until I think of something more clever.
Meyer says half the shops in the country are closed, and Diamond still can't get an order right. What did Diamond just recently get bad, or have they always been bad?
They've always been bad, but I mean, they've like they're trying their hardest and they're failing harder than they've ever have.
Are they doing badly because people split away from them, or did they split away from them because they were bad?
They split away because they had competition. There's competition now.
Yeah,
Before, nobody had anywhere else to go.
right. Well, so you didn't get Cryptology number 2?
Uh-uh. I didn't look at the comics yet, but there's no magazines.
Oh, okay. What comics come in a Diamond order?
I would know, but they don't even give me invoice anymore.
But it's not Marvel or DC. It's independent comics.
Yeah. Here's a GI Joe.
He must.
Storm
What's
Shadow.
is he like a snow soldier or something?
He's a white ninja.
Oh, okay.
And here's a like a cyborg guy, but he's gold instead of the regular one.
Is that GI Joe?
Yeah.
Huh. Well, I thought that was a Japanese deal.
I got a couple Godzilla toys. Put him up there. So the Zagoni Studios isn't doing too good.
Really?
Yeah, because Party City was their number one buyer.
Oh no! Oh shit! Yeah.
So if I had to guess, I don't think they'll be around much longer.
Somebody on YouTube had a video where they were going in a Party City that was closing. I didn't watch it.
Yeah, those kind of channels make a lot of money where they go in dead malls, show you how dead everything is.
Yeah, I used to watch a lot of those. Or people that would go in abandoned houses. I used to be interested in that, and Cleo found it kind of depressing to watch that. These beautiful old houses that were all messed up, and
Yeah, the dead mall thing is depressing too.
yeah, sure it is. Yeah,
Almost everything that I get fed on my algorithm is all depressing stuff.
yeah.
So I don't know. I don't really like watching YouTube that much anymore, unless it's something like 4 hour marathon of like cartoons and commercials.
Yeah, I was watching Dark Ride Dracula last night. They were in some antique mall looking at Christmas stuff.
Yeah, I like that. I like watching those kind of videos. I like watching features and stuff like that.
Yeah, they
There's a couple
found a
channels. I don't know how they do that. How they show copyrighted stuff.
well. I don't know. Some of it
I
is
don't think they get monetized. They don't get monetized, so they ask for donations in other ways.
oh, maybe that's it.
You know, they probably everything they put up gets struck down after a while.
Well, the yeah, you get copyright claims on some music, and then some. A lot of it's just a copyright claim. It just means you can't monetize the video. But some artists, you get a. It's more that it's a copyright claim, but it keeps it from being viewed in certain countries, and then there's some bands that if you try to upload it, it just won't let you upload it. Like the Beatles. Uh, I I was doing that karaoke the other day, and there was one song that wasn't really karaoke. It said it was, but it was actually just the actual Henry Mancini. What are you doing New Year's Eve? And so that had a little triangular warning that said banned. It was banned in Russia, and I started thinking, well, but it gave me an option where I could remove the music but still keep my voice, and I decided to do that on that one song. I might not have, maybe I shouldn't have, but I just thought, maybe people in Russia deserve to see me sing, so I did take that deletion. But um, I don't know. Eh, so what? You get anything else cool in this box?
Don't miss out on the time of your life at the nation's greatest picnic park.
That's cool, Godzilla, Space Godzilla.
There's always lots to do, lots to see.
Let's see.
It's based on the poster art.
It's the nation's largest. Even the smallest
See the poster art of Space Godzilla right there.
Yeah, yeah.
you got
Uh-huh.
So he has those wild colors on the poster. So
Uh-huh.
they did one in those colors.
Ooh, that's pretty neat.
the Tri-State's favorite playground. Bigger and better than ever this year. And don't miss the rotor, the thrill sensation from England.
Yeah, I
Look
had
how
two of these and they sold in the same day, so I ordered two more.
Anything like it. Spin around,
how are they priced?
hold you up.
85.
Let's go
Okay,
But people online try to get like $200 or $300 for them.
really.
It's a That's my baby.
Well,
What did you think of those black? Did you get the black Goliaths I sent you today?
I get the what?
The black Goliaths team today.
Yeah. They're really nice. Yeah, I was just going through the box to see what other Black Goliaths, because I thought maybe I had Black Goliath #1, but I guess I didn't.
Yeah, they're like brand new. The covers. Yeah, these were just unsold copies that a store had. And they're
Right.
overstocked. Oh, and you found out I was listening to those other comics I sent you. There were like something for a teacher or something, right?
Yeah, they're for to be used in
That
a
makes,
reading program for like a reading teacher.
that makes
Yeah,
sense why they
just
had multiple copies of each one.
yeah, and there were no price tags on them. They were sold as a bundle, and
And
they
there's
had
more.
the doctors that they used, the doctors of education that were, they had them in there as characters talking about
And there's no
loving
ads. They had
reading.
fake ads in there, like made to look like an ad, but it wasn't an ad.
Yeah, but they were educational ads like, what is an antonym, what is a synonym, it's like they would do on something like the Electric Company or Sesame Street, but they were using their old inventory of newspaper strips as something for, it was a noble experiment, but it's just, yeah, they were I that's why I've never heard of them. I thought I should have known about a Prince Valiant or Flash Gordon or Popeye comic coming out in 1977. I was aware perfectly. I was, collecting comics then. I would have known about it. But yeah, they were only, it's just if your teacher happened to have them in whatever school district happened to buy those, that's what they were. Ugh. Didn't you have a Black Lightning too?
Yeah, it wasn't as. It's not as nice though.
There's, what is this? I have Black Lightning #11 here. Black Lightning #2. And Black Panther.
This Misfit statue is pretty good.
The what now?
This Misfit statue,
Yeah. It'll do what?
pretty good for the price. For
What?
160.
It's $160?
Yeah.
What? I didn't realize that.
You thought it was more?
No, I thought it was like a $15-$20 thing. What do I know, man? Someone
You
will buy
can't.
it. What?
You can't go to Taco Bell for 15 or 20.
Well, you're right. But I don't know that because Taco Bell doesn't exist where I'm at. I'd have to drive like 45 minutes to get to one. Oh, here's Meyer.
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on?
Hey, Meyer.
Hey.
Hey, do you have that devil figure with you?
Yeah, it's right here on the table.
I was hoping you'd come on and show that.
Yeah. Oh, I can show my haul that I got.
Are you getting that Frankenstein one?
I don't know. Maybe I haven't ordered it or anything. I might. I don't know. I think Simon has that already. I think he has it.
You think you'd like to show it one of these days?
What's that? Can I show it?
You think he'd let you show it?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yes. Yeah, I can. I'll take a look at. We're gonna hang out on Saturday, so I'll take a look at what he has. But I've already considered that. You know what I mean? I was over there the other day for Christmas Eve looking at stuff, and I was like, man, he's got so much stuff here that could make cool videos that you'd probably want to see. You guys want to see. He's got a lot of cool stuff.
What is the Frankenstein and devil figure that you guys are talking about?
Hold on, let me hold on. Okay. This guy.
Put Meyer on full screen. There you go.
Let me take these swords out of it. He doesn't come with these swords that he's got here. Let me take these swords out of his hand. So these are small production figures from a company that I never heard of before. The line is called Musculoids, and
I've heard of them. They sell it like toy conventions. They'll set up and sell them.
there you go. So yeah, it's like a small production, kind of an art figure, kind of an indie figure. The idea is that they're 6 inches. Then they also make like special 12-inch tall ones. But the idea is to make these figures that resemble Mexican knockoff Motu Masters of the Universe figures from the 80s or 90s.
And even more muscles. They put muscles on top of the muscles.
Yeah, there's like more muscles, and they're kind of more wild and extreme, but they really do resemble, to me, Mexican knockoffs. That's what's cool about them to me. Is they're very odd, and they have a number of like different ones, and one of the ones that they have that's cool is a Frankenstein. But they're all basically the same bodies with a few little changes. There's a lot of reuse and then just a different head. But they are really solid and well made, but just not much articulation because of
Just the arms and head move.
yeah, the legs don't move, just the arms and head, and even that's kind of limited because they're so big. But the head does move side to side.
And he stands well.
Yeah, they stand really. He stands perfect. Very solid.
Yeah.
On the foot, it says Musculoids 2022. So I
Is he
got this
molded
guy.
in red plastic and then just painted black?
Yeah, the whole thing is molded in red plastic. The head is a softer feel to it, and the body itself is a hard, more solid feel. It's not like a light, flimsy blow molded like the original knockoffs would have been, but it's just similar in design and like feel or
The
aesthetic.
plastic or resin?
Looks really cool.
The plastic or resin?
No, it's plastic. It's hollow. It's a
Okay.
hollow kind of medium plastic. It's not
Yeah.
super hard.
That would have been heavy if it was in
It
resin.
feels like a sofubi. Is exactly what it feels like.
How did you learn these existed?
My son, he
Oh,
gave me this for Christmas.
oh, oh! I
Yeah,
see.
this is all. I'm going to show you all my Christmas haul, and I got a lot of
All
good
right.
stuff. So I got this for my son. I got this really cool Dungeons and Dragons dwarf figure for my daughter-in-law.
Oh,
Really nice, like very high quality. This is NECA, right?
Oh, that's cool.
And he came on a card, so it's like a retro card, and the card that he came on looks like an old D&D book.
So you got the cartoon color version.
Yeah, and it's really neat. I love the cartoon colors.
I want the War Duke, I think his name is.
I have him. He's right here. Hold on.
I used to have the original one when I was a kid.
Here he is.
Yeah. That's the regular version. I think they have a cartoon color version of that one too.
Yeah, this is. I have the regular version War Duke. So right now, I think I only have 3 of these figures. I have the War Duke. I have the what's the name of the big snake guy? He's right here. This guy. I really like this guy.
Yeah, I'm not sure his name.
Yeah, forget his name. Where's the boxes? Right here somewhere. Anyway, I've had these for a while.
These are all Dungeons and Dragons, huh?
These are all Dungeons and Dragons figures made by NECA that are like an homage to the old LGN line. Is that right?
Yeah, LJN, yeah.
Yeah. So they're actual characters that were used early on in the first like D&D storyline. All right, let me look. So this next thing I got that also from them, everything here is from them, is this really cool Chinese figure from V Toys. It's just called Knight of War. Have you ever seen this before, Kevin?
No.
This is Knight of War 1/12 collectible action figure. So this guy is awesome.
And I know a lot of people.
That box looks like a Beast Kingdom box.
So he's super articulated and really badass.
Yeah,
Everything
that looks like a
comes
Beast Kingdom figure.
everything comes off and moves. This cape is really well made and all wired. It looks thick.
It called people trolls, and
He has a different head. He has an unhelmeted head sculpt.
What's the brand name on it?
Some of the things
V Toys.
the brain chips,
Called V Toys.
is in a way contributing to the
Capital V.
nothing.
See the logo I'm showing right here?
World Economic Forum, because he wants to be the car.
Yeah, Simon has some of those Beast Kingdoms. This isn't Beast Kingdom. Look at this. It says
We'll just have automated cars that will
This
drive.
reminded me of it because it has the same kind of box and everything.
yeah, he has this figure and other figures already by this company
And you can't
and other companies that are like that, like like Beast Kingdom, and there's some other ones that he has too.
He has
So like a Japanese import.
that he helps Trump get
Really
over
cool big shield too, and he has a bunch of hands and weapons, and everything works really well, and he poses really well. Very nice, kind of high end.
He's like a Lord of the Rings guy, kind of.
Yeah, he kind of looks like a Lord of the Rings guy, but then underneath the helmet, he's a human. Whoops, he's like a gray bearded human.
Thank you for that call. Just go to Miss Lou in Florida. Miss Lou is called in about the HB1 scandal. Go ahead, Miss Lou. You're on the air.
Yeah, I think just comes right off really easy.
All this stuff is laying it out. So you agree or disagree, people can make a choice on that. And your assessment of Elon, I think, is correct. I think at this point, opinion black or white.
Yeah, that's pretty good. He looked good on a horse too. If you had a horse, that looked good on him.
Oh yeah, I have one.
Education, and I'm talking from lower schools all the way up.
I haven't put him on this yet, but this is that horse from The Witcher. It's 1/12 scale. It's good. It's actually the same horse, except they changed the head, but it's the same horse that McFarlane used for that Jonah Heck figure.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. I think if there's anything else new here on the table. I think that's all the toys I got. I got these lights. Got one of these light sets, you guys?
Yeah.
Oh, for your display, for your shelves?
Well, it's 16 feet long, so it's supposed to go like along the edge of the floor or up along the ceiling. I'm not sure. You know what I mean?
I've seen people put them on their shelves with their figures.
Yeah, it's not gonna. I won't be able to use it that way. You know what I mean? I don't have. It's because it's a continuous strand of lights. I don't really have any display cabinets for that. but I'm going to use it to light the living room.
Oh,
I got, let's see,
Can't pay their rent or their
got a couple books.
while everybody else is
They're
coming in.
awesome.
Now, as you pointed out,
All
and you figured out,
the toys. Such a great haul.
I said,
Yeah.
bring from China,
So I got this Doris Danger book by Chris Wisnia.
has to be looked at. But if you want to bring from India, England,
I have that book here.
Yeah, and you know what was really cool? I think that you got it here, and I almost bought it from you, but then I thought, oh, I'll wait, right? And then what's funny is that Simon got this for me at Booktown, Kevin,
Uh-huh.
and check it
It's
out.
probably signed.
Right before I moved here, Wisnia was here for a signing in Grass Valley 3 days before I moved here
Yeah.
at Booktown. And Simon went and got this for me and he signed it on the inside.
Of his class,
Cool.
and yet you rejected from basically every school out there, and the crew can find it and tunes.
Is the red marker part of the book, or is that the signature?
The red marker's part of the book where it says Wisnia question mark is his signature.
Of our entire system, that like why, and it's like a
So it's cool because I have everything else that he has made. And so Simon said that he had the table set up and it was because this is a fanograph, because it's fanographics, this was really highlighted. He said this book was really highlighted, but he said he had all the stacks of all the old stuff there too. And Simon said he recognized everything.
Rejected from.
I remember when I first got that book, I posted it online and I tagged the writer, and he responded and said, "Let me know what you think of it when you read it."
Oh, really? So I've met him a bunch of times. All the other stuff that I own by him is also signed because he lives in the area, and we used to see him when I would take my kids to conventions. And he has kids. Him and his wife have kids too, so we would see them. Really nice guy, really funny guy. So not only is the art great in here, it's an homage to Kirby, but the writing is really good. Ratu, you'd really like this guy's writing. He's really witty and funny. It's really well done.
yeah. I
See,
remember seeing that book. I think Kevin showed it once, or you showed it also.
Yeah. So Kevin showed this once, but then before that, I've showed some of the other stuff that he does too, that I own, some of the other books that he's made. So like, he makes it look like it's old, but it's not. Nothing is reused. He made it all, and then he also makes it look like kids wrote on the inside of these comics. See, it says cheese. I said.
So it's not new captions on old art. He drew all the stuff to look
Yes,
old.
100%.
That's good.
It's all new characters. It's all new situations, new giant monsters, new romance comics to look like old romance comics.
Is that Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama?
Kind of looks like it.
Or am I just
The non-diverse people, that is white males, Christians especially.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah, it's good stuff. But as I said, you'll see there's a lot of words in these balloons. This is funny when he does this Charlton stuff, where he types it to make it look like Charlton. But you see there's a lot of words in here because the guy's funny and he likes to write.
And what the root problem is the laws that are.
That's neat.
But it seems like and then this is always a part of it, is that all of his big books, he gets donated work by famous artists. And so throughout this, he's supported by a lot of people in the community. Like it seems like he's friends with a lot of people that we like all the best artists are the people that contributed to this. Like Mike Allred, Mark Baudet.
Yeah.
There's art in here by Sal Buscema, Jeff Darrow, Michael Golden, the Hernandez brothers, from Love and Rockets. All those people appreciate this guy's work, and then they donate. Every time he produces stuff, they'll do pinups. They'll donate pinups, and then he puts them in here.
Cool.
Like look at that Baudet one right there. Godzuki.
Oh yeah.
Godzuki versus the White House, it says.
The events that happened. I would tell people.
Who was president when that was drawn?
It's 2017, so that would be Trump. So that's month where they
Let's see.
got Zuki to destroy the White House because of Trump.
Are very, very blessed.
All right. So then I also got this too, which is really cool. This really nice leather-bound version of Frankenstein by Mary Shelley. It's really nice.
Oh yeah.
Like gold leaf and everything.
That's pretty cool.
The novel or the graphic novel?
No, it's the novel, the original novel. It's really nice. I'm looking forward to reading it.
Yeah.
What else? So you know what? I got this.
What is that? Chocolate?
Yeah, chocolate. Really good chocolate. See's Candies. Do you know? Have you ever seen that brand before? Ever seen Se's?
What's the brand?
Se's. This.
No, I don't know it.
So maybe this is a West Coast brand, but this is a very famous California thing that goes way back.
Yeah,
This
they have
is
those here.
the
They have the
19
stores here.
you've seen it before? They have
They
in
have the
Arizona?
stores here, yeah.
Yeah. So usually this is in a mall or close to a mall. The ladies that work here have to wear a certain uniform. They all wear white and they kind of look like nuns. I'm serious.
Oh,
And
really?
they make everything on site. The inside of the place is designed to, it kind of looks like a Freemasons lodge. It's really old style. They kept it that way, and it's not cheap. This is like a $50 box of chocolate. It kind of blew my mind when I
Really?
opened it. Yeah. I opened this and I was like, dang, you guys, holy smoke. And then they got me two. Yeah, so it blew my mind. I was like, geez, that one and this one. It's very expensive.
Yeah, we
You
used to
only
go
eat
there
it.
when
So
we
it's
were
like a
kids.
family. It's kind of like a California family tradition here. People usually only get See's candy once a year, and it will be a big box. And each one of these candies is like a $2 or $3 chocolate. You know what I mean? So it's like everybody gets one. You know what I mean? You're like, here, take a candy. It's like a privilege to be able to pick
We
one
used
out
to
of the
go to
box.
the one in the mall and we'd ask for a free sample.
Yeah, they do. They always used to give. They still do. They give free samples. They'll give you a free sample. They'll usually let you pick it out too.
Yeah. So we'd always hit that place up when we go to the mall. We'd get a free sample and then we'd leave. We'd never buy anything. We could never afford it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even back then.
It's always been expensive, but now, so like even back then, it would be like $20 or $25 for a box of chocolate for Christmas. It's expensive, but it's not that big of a deal. But now in today's, you look like if you want to buy this and you look on Amazon, $50 for a 1 pound box of chocolate. It's stupid. Yeah, so great Christmas. We had a really good time. Yeah, and we had a lot of fun. Met my son's in-laws for the first time. Very nice people. She gave me, yeah, that's the other thing. I forgot the candles. So then I got some candles. I got this really nice candle. You guys, look at this.
I got this little goat for Christmas.
Yeah, I saw you sent me a clip of that. Or
Yeah,
I saw
that was
something.
funny, dude. Where'd you get that? Is this it?
I got this for Christmas, yeah.
That's very neat, dude. I like it a lot.
He's standing on a stump.
And does he move when you push the bottom? Oh no, he
When
doesn't.
I flipped it over and I said, "Oh crap, he does something," and then I couldn't find the button anywhere on him. So and I figured out you push down on him. Push down
That's
on him
like
and scream.
Isn't that a meme? Or isn't that like isn't that a GIF?
Yeah.
Does his mouth move?
Yeah.
So it's like a meme toy. It really is a meme toy, right?
Uh-huh.
That's good. Dude, that's really neat.
Like they were doing this new program where they were going to track all these
Like the noises they make when they find out Trump won. Wow.
I opened that statue.
Oh, and that's $160.
Yeah, I don't like the top. It looks weird.
It kind of looks like Mo Howard's hair.
Yeah, it looks like hair instead of a hood. It looks like hair.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if it's worth 160.
Yeah, I mean, I would have thought that would be like much less than like a head shop or something. But I don't know, man.
Like an incense burner or something. It's like a.
Yeah, it reeks of early '80s head shop.
Remember they had those coffin incense burners?
They'd have that and dragons. Not that I would go in there to looking for records and underground comics. I was never in there
So
for
there
lascivious
would be like
reasons.
these. Did you guys? I'm sure you had the same thing. There would be like a shop at the mall that would usually be it would be called something like imports, right? It
Yeah.
wouldn't be cost plus imports, but it would be like an off-brand name imports, and they would have stuff like what you're talking about there, and it was like a big head shop, right? You know what I'm talking about? Like it would be just a bunch of goofy stuff. It would be like the 4 times of a normal head shop, but it would include incense and posters and all that stuff, but 4 times as much or something in the mall.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure I saw places like that.
Rows of little ceramic things, rows and rows of ceramic stuff, little statues and stuff.
I don't think whoever sculpted that had any idea that about what the Crimson Ghost was, but they just know that character is the Misfits mascot.
I don't really want to pull these Mondo figures out because they're so big, dude. But like the one that Kevin was showing, that Rogue X-Men figure, before they were doing X-Men, when Mondo first started out, they first did, I think, Batman the Animated Series figures. So I got Batman and Mr. Freeze, Catwoman, and then they did He-Man figures. I got He-Man and Skeletor, and I think Merman. These are they're really high end. They're like a luxury action figures. Like when
Uh,
you pull the. What do you want to look? You want to look at the Batman first?
well, I would want to look at the Catwoman first.
All right,
I'm just
Catwoman.
curious.
All right.
Then they did Skeletor's cat that he rides too.
Yeah, they did both of them. They did Battle Cat and Skeletor. They've done a bunch of stuff. This stuff is expensive now. When I was first buying it, these figures were all under $200 when I was first buying them, but now they're all over $200.
I think the lion that He-Man rides is like $500 or something.
Probably.
Wow. Oh, these are big.
Yeah, it's a big box, and it's like it's like a luxury action figure. Like if you buy an Audi or a BMW or a Mercedes, like the owner's manual comes in a leather-bound case. That's what this is like.
Just,
The whole experience.
when did this come out?
Probably 2016 or 17, I forget.
You only take it out at special occasions, huh?
Yeah, I take it out and I take all of these out and move them around, right? There's not enough room to display everything, but I do have one of these out on display right now. That's the one of the Batman. Might as well go look at that since it's out of the box. But pretty much the whole collection, what I do is kind of rotate it because I don't have enough room for everything because there's so much of it. So depending on what kind of mood I am, or what if I feel like I want to take something down and look at it and put it on display, I do. Like I'll show you in a second what I kind of do. So as typical. So I just got these figures for Christmas from the kids. So because of that, I took out all of my uh fantasy figures. And so what I do is I'll unbox all these figures and then I'll stand them all up on the table.
To be weak and lazy and stupid because it's deliberately designed to weaken
That's kind of what I do.
and
So I'll stand everything up on the table. I'll put my new figures up. I'll pull out other stuff that I feel like looking at the time. So that's kind of how I do it.
and
And then also I had just taken out my He-Man collection was already out and was standing up.
How you guys
So
doing? Good. How are you? Good.
back here, this is the first Mondo Batman figure that they made. It might be the first Mondo 12-inch scale figure that they made, period. I think this is the first one. And so you see the box back there. And of course, it's the, Batman from Batman the Animated Series. They only made a limited number, and I'm pretty sure these all just sold out pretty quick. I don't know though. But you might be able to find these still. I don't know.
You should stage Sergeant Pepper's covers with all these action figures and take
Right.
pictures.
So I've thought about stuff like that. Like I do stuff like, little scenes and stuff and throw stuff up. It all kind of moves and changes around. But with the inauguration coming up, haven't decided where we're going to have the setup. It might be here. It might be at the top of both of those. But we'll have President Trump here, and then a whole cast of characters standing behind President Trump, just like what you said, sort of like a Sergeant Pepper situation. We'll have all the heroes, all the monsters.
The inauguration has to happen at an exact minute, doesn't it?
I don't know. Does it?
There was something about it being off when Biden was inaugurated. They said it wasn't being done properly the way it's supposed to be done militarily or something. But I don't know. I'm mainly wondering just because I guess this is all going to happen while I'm at work. So I'm going to have to watch a replay. I don't think they don't do inaugurations in the evening.
I pulled this Robin figure out.
Oh,
It's kind of nice. This is that one that Kevin has. This is like that, but it's GI Joe size.
what Robin is this supposed to be?
Oh,
That's
it's
a
Burt
silver.
Ward, and it's Burt Ward, and it's a dead-on ringer for Burt Ward. It looks just like.
I thought it would be based on that drawing.
Yeah, it looks just like him. I'll show you.
Did I show you guys the Golden Age Robin that came in
No, let's see it.
from Mexico? Well, let's see that one first, and then I'll show you guys this one.
So this is Hot Toys from about 10 years ago, I think. What's cool about this too, there's a bunch of cool things about it, but this box can be used as display, and it's the window.
Oh,
Oh, cool.
On your X account, on Instagram, on YouTube, and 10% of the sale comes right off the top to you, paid out each
Kevin, do you know about Aurora model kits that have a cardboard background for the monster kits? I saw a picture of a hunchback kit, and it had a background of like a castle or something that you would put behind the model kit.
I saw that witch's scene. There's like a witch model, and it has a whole background scene.
It must be part of that same line. They call it artist editions or something. Yeah, that's good.
Something like that. I thought it was part of the model. I didn't know it was just cardboard, though.
What I saw, man, I have to figure out where I saw it. It was on Facebook.
Yeah, hold that up again, and I'll hold this one up.
Oh yeah, let me see if. Hold on, let's flip.
Some random country that was meeting.
Pretty close. It's almost like we're looking at the same thing.
psychological.
The one you've got there is supposed to be Burt Ward, or the they're both Burt Ward.
That's supposed to be Burt Ward, but I have a Golden Age one.
Yeah. I mean, Burt Ward has that hairstyle, but the Golden Age is going to have the two curls that come down on both sides of the forehead. That's the way he was always drawn in the comic for decades.
Coming back in the 1990s, in fact, it was over in the
That's still
1990s,
me.
the entirety of this plan being rolled out by our day.
Is it 5 o'clock yet?
Mass migration, so to speak.
2:07.
That would happen to the native population, combined with the toxic culture, combined with all the other elements that were part of the Tavistock New Order, you could say, Club of Rome plan. In fact, one member of the Club of Rome went and talked to people in the White House.
This guy's talking about Tavistock that Cleo was talking about earlier. This Jay Dyer on the Alex Jones show.
There's a pretty good Conan figure.
Oh yeah, I want to see that.
The eugenics Malthusian worldview, not just for the third world, like most people think, but actually for the entire Western world.
With freedom comes responsibility.
See, there's
Report, the 2020 report. You can find different versions of it, but
there's the Golden Age Robin.
the very prophetic book written by former British intelligence.
Oh, I like that package. That's nice.
He lists
I wonder if it shows them on the back.
70s that they would try to
I'll have
roll
to look and see.
decades.
I'll take them out of the case, see if they show them on the back.
What we think in terms of how much of this has come to pass. And you notice that.
You know, could we see the comics that came in the Diamond Order today?
There was nothing.
There weren't any comics, or
Well,
they
there were
weren't.
there were special orders. There was like Labyrinth and Hello Darkness. And,
I don't even know what that is.
yeah, it wasn't even worth showing you.
In the West.
Uh,
The first element that was listed.
There was no like
Was
Dynamite comics or anything.
order. One more order needed. First of all,
And they were all damaged too.
they were all
Oh, here.
damaged. How badly?
was a one world
Pretty bad.
set up sometime around perhaps.
Oh boy!
Modeled on.
And these are special orders you'd gotten for people, and
Well,
they're
stuff like
damaged.
stuff for subscriptions.
Where it would have to be given some.
Yeah, those are the two little curls. Yeah.
Some sort of cultural debate forum.
If no one buys this, I'm gonna open it.
Be based on the other religions.
What is it selling for again?
A blended Christianity or Islam.
Really cool poses you can put them in.
And we already see about the Course of the Vatican pushing the idea of
Like $90.
Number two would be the removal of all nation state identity. That would have to be demonized. And
How you doing? Good, and you? Good.
of course, we've seen that immensely in the pushed out.
Oh no, we're just looking around.
University system is one of the main tools for how this social engineering and how this mind control actually occurs. In fact, universities are kind of like California and New York. They pioneer and roll this stuff out decades ahead of the rest of the country, excepting at Middle America, flyover country. So they push the brainwashing, and then the graduates then go into corporations, HR, and become sort of the spokesman. And then that is what results in the corporations eventually, after several years, becoming woke, because the people who go into the corporations have been through the corporate brainwashing system of the university. Now you might say, well, the university is a state thing.
Is there anything in the comics you got yesterday that's worth showing?
It doesn't really matter whether we're talking about public or private at this level, because this plan is essentially a private corporate plan.
Maybe the facsimiles.
Government in various states.
Oh, you got facts.
They're new. It's like Jim Lee, Batman, and
Plan.
something else.
Everybody saw
Oh, okay.
because the entire world, in terms of the Fortune 100, Fortune 500, was enforcing the same policies, pushing the same past Pushing all the same, put this black image in your profile picture, or you don't, or you're racist, wear a mask, social distance, keep your stabbies. Basically, every corporation in the world, Megaport, was on board with that. And that shows that there's already sort of an entrenched governing body of corporate elites and government elites that all collude together.
Hey, check this out. So I just found them, I don't know, the other day. They're in a box. So these are kind of cool. These are like not. I think they're not. I must have made a ton of them, but you don't see them very often. So I guess in about 1962, I think it was Super Bowl I. Mark's Toys got a deal with the NFL, and they made this NFL game where the figures for the players for the NFL game were these large plastic scale figures made by Marks. And the game itself was like a full-size football field that was like on a plastic sheet that unfolded, and you put it on the floor in scale with these figures. One of these figures that had wheels on the bottom that was the quarterback and had a spring-loaded throwing arm. But you moved everything like manually. It wasn't like electric football. You were like spinning a spinner, I think. You were spinning spinners and moving the figures, I think, in that way. But got a few of them. No.
I never seen those in my life.
Yeah, they're kind of cool. And they were, you lined up the linemen. See the linemen have the holes in the bottom? Because there was like this little plastic thing that you put all the linemen together and line them up. The reason why, the more important thing was, in the same place where the plastic football man was this 45 record for the movie that I was just talking about the other day with Cantinflas, Pepe.
Oh.
Look, there he is.
Perfect sort of inner almost roundtable model. If you look at the roundtable society,
Pepe and the Mexican hat dance.
Rhodes and those characters.
From the George Sidney production Pepe, a Columbia Pictures release. With the Cricket Tone Chorus and Orchestra, 1960 Cantinflas.
5 men. But it's the same type of structure of a kind of
Pickwick record.
It's like Plato's Council of the Night, which exists in his later works, where the Republic.
Wow, look at the record.
By one philosopher king. It's actually run by a board of oligarchs for basically intelligence.
Nice, looks nice, huh?
Yeah.
Describes the governance board of.
You got one label on one side.
The Council of Nine, because they operate secrets.
Oh, it's here. It's here.
Yeah, sometimes the glue dries up. I've seen that happen.
This one is Pepe. So I like it. You know, when I first bought this, the reason why I bought this was because of meme magic. Because it said Pepe on it. That's when I bought it. Because of Trump.
Oh, really?
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah.
He goes on to talk about the destruction of the idea of America.
The frog, Pepe the Frog. That's why I bought them.
Kevin was calling your name a little bit ago. He may be dealing with a customer now. He's trying to get your attention. I don't know. Kevin, are you there?
Orthodoxy, Catholicism, and even Protestantism, they all have to really be diluted, infiltrated, destroyed, corrupted to become sort of.
Oh, you know what I forgot to mention? The reason why it's significant that these, hold on. Well, I was saying that these are from Super Bowl I, and why it's significant. The idea is, I'm pretty sure if you look these up, these were supposed to be, this was supposed to be the Green Bay Packers, and this was supposed to be the Kansas City Chiefs. And in the packaging, it's some of the earliest NFL toy merchandising. So on the packaging, it's Chiefs versus Packers, which I think is 62. I don't know. Eric,
this is his definition of technocracy, and he's gotten it from Brzezinski's book from 1973.
Yeah, I don't know much about the Super Bowl. I thought this first Super Bowl was like 65 or 64.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I think these are from '67. I think is what I think I'm
Oh,
off by 5 years. Yeah, I think I'm thinking first Super Bowl is '68 or '67 or something like that. I don't know.
I have no idea.
69? I can't remember.
That's,
That's what I'm saying. We need Eric Green. I used to have a really cool poster that was the whole poster was the pictures of the tickets of every single Super Bowl like in a row, so you could look real quick and you could see like what every Super Bowl was, and you could look at what the ticket looked like. So it was like a reference and it made a nice poster.
yeah.
But it's
It
gone
seems
now.
like when I was a kid, every Super Bowl was the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, during the '70s, the Cowboys and the Steelers were winning like every other year. It seemed like. Yeah, the Cowboys. Roger Staubach was very popular, probably where you live.
Yeah.
All these different things are all part of the same octopus. They're all just tentacles on the same octopus. So don't get confused in all the entities.
Oh my gosh.
Ultimately, the same people in all these entities. And these different parts of pieces and foundations and think tanks and all that are really the same thing. And that's exactly what is that Parkinson's that have benefited from these kinds of things. So it's not that the tech itself is bad, it's that the system wants to utilize these things for total track.
Check something real quick. Here.
I think everybody finally realized that the so-called people were correct when we vaccines, passports, track and tracing, all of that, especially the Gates Foundation and everything with ID that Gates was pushing. That's definitely what they wanted. And even to this day, you have people like Tony Blair still pushing a digital tracking and tracing control grid to make sure that you don't use too much carbon. And that's essentially where it's going, right? It's not just about your health, so to speak, in terms of whether you contracted some fake made up scam virus out of Wuhan or whatever, but whether or not you were actually being a threat to society because of too much carbon output. And the really carbon tracking, tracing, all that, that's about controlling the population. And control population doesn't just.
I looked up the first issue of DC Comics Presents, and it's only worth about $10. And the one that has the first Teen Titans, that's like $150 comic. It looks like.
And just industry and industrialization of the West.
You want to see the facsimile?
Cheap energy.
I guess what other? You said there were other facsimiles.
I think there's a couple coming out next week.
Hey Kevin, when is that NECA trick or treater figure coming out that you posted a picture of the other day? That was
Oh, Batman.
when's that Batman coming out?
That one comes out after the next. That's wave 5.
Dude, I want that one immediately. I want that one bad, and I hope they do other. Hope they do the other ones. Like I'd love to see an Aquaman too, or
There's Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, and I forget the other two.
It seems like there was Joker and Batgirl.
oh, was
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
That
Cool.
looks like an outstanding. That whole wave looks
Yeah, I'm
outstanding.
gonna want those for sure.
Yeah, I want all. What was that Wonder Woman thing you just showed? Upside down.
That's a print. The only bad thing about that lineup is like, do you think? I think trick or treater costume people aren't really into superheroes, and then superhero people aren't really into costumes.
Well, I don't know. I'm into both. I don't know what you'd consider me, but
You're an outlier. Yeah, that doesn't.
an outlier is that what they call them?
Uh,
What was the Wonder Woman print though? Was it shitty or good? It looked kind of good.
oh, Jenny Friesen.
Oh, that. Ugh, maybe it's not good. I have to see it.
She's an Eisner Award winner.
No, it wasn't that one I saw. It was, I think, the other one you
This
just
whole
showed.
book is that whole book is all her.
And so what happens then is you get
Let me take off my glasses. What? It's a book.
They're like 11 by 17 prints.
Oh, Is
Here's
this
the
these are the
facsimile. This is like a 2000 and something book.
Oh, I saw that in your video, and I was thinking that sure looks like something I've seen before. So, why they're doing a facsimile of a recent book?
Yeah,
Is it really a high dollar book now?
I haven't had one in probably over 5 years. They don't show up very often.
Oh,
Here it
oh,
is.
so they're trying to,
It's number 26.
yeah. I would,
That's the mini
wha-
book.
yeah, I have the original, but I'd like to get one of those fake ones. That
Fake
that's
one.
that's that's on sale next week or
Yeah, I'll put it
today.
in your pile. I'll put it in your pile now. No, this is all
But
next week.
those are the so what you're just for people watching. These are books available on. Well, you got another holiday, right? Is New Year's Day Wednesday?
Yeah, but I'll be open.
Oh, okay. New Year's Day isn't really a holiday like Christmas, I guess.
I don't celebrate New Year's Eve like that. People that celebrate New Year's Eve, I don't understand that.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, when you're a kid and you can go out and drink but like, I don't know. I can drink anytime I want. I don't need to wait till New Year's.
yeah. Well,
There's the
I'm.
same artist, Jenny Friesen.
Yeah, I mean, I that's kind of nice art, but they've ruined the Poison Ivy character, so she's now just the girlfriend of Harley Quinn. So, see, is that what that's going on there? Is that Harley Quinn? I have no idea.
Somebody, who knows? This book's not meant to be opened and read. This is just a cover. They're just little mini posters that people hang on their wall or look at once in a while.
Yeah.
There's nothing. I didn't take anything home to read. That's how bad it was.
I don't even know what Ghost Spider is. Is Gwen Stacy officially alive, or is she from another dimension? What is going on with all that?
Not sure. This is a cool cover, but it's covered up. Can't even see the painting.
Is there another version of it if you open up the shrink wrap?
No, you can open the shrink wrap. That's what that is a shrink wrap. That's a shrink wrap covering this.
Oh, so if you buy it, you can see the painting? Is that what you're
Yeah.
telling me? Oh,
Yeah, but it's really good, but it's just covered up.
what is the name of the comic? Is that Werewolf by Night?
Yeah, and the artist is E.M. Gist.
I guess that artwork's okay.
Yeah, Ryan Brown, he's good. What if Galactus transformed Hulk?
Transformed Hulk, what, into a silver guy? Oh boy.
Yeah, not very exciting.
And then the stuff
But
that
the
you
week,
just got from, huh?
but I saw the week after next week. So 2 weeks from now, there's another Geiger already.
Oh, okay. Do you have any word on when the Cryptology 2 is going to come in?
No, I don't know. Do you want to hear a crazy fact?
Sure.
I told your boy Dak he might do a video about it. Maybe he emailed me last night. Hold on, let me ring these guys up.
Okay.
It just makes no sense.
Didn't see any flags, like? No.
Perfect sense if there's a long-term plan to destroy the West and to flip over into a kind of socialist technocracy. And they can utilize, as H.G. Wells said, a kind of libertarianism to get there. In fact, H.G. Wells, in one of his books, I can remember it's Open Conspiracy or New World Order, he says to his fellow Marxists, you Marxists are too short-sighted. You think that the problem of your enemy is the free market capitalist. They're not your enemy. They're the ones that are going to build the infrastructure. We will take over. And when we take it over, we will create a technocratic control. It won't be based on these enlightenment libertarian ideas. So Krillman goes on to say that after they get this in place,
automatically happen.
the West, then the technocratic control grid that's created, this rollout kind of a Skynet to control you when there's no jobs, there's no money.
Tiny chairs.
Diet-based income that's going to come. It's going to be your credits that roll out. That's what's already been announced and proposed. They haven't actually done it, but Zuckerberg was talking about a UBI years ago. So the very things that John Cohen wrote in 1992, this was way before Silicon Valley was even. Telling you back then that they're going to try to roll out a technocratic universal basic income.
But I was like, I want a second opinion.
On top of that, the other ways that they would do this to deindustrialize would be to export all of the industry to countries where there's an available pool of slave labor. He says that he mentions the Global 2000 report of Kissinger. He talks about the legalization of all forms of vice and degeneracy to further demoralize.
Do the grading thing anymore? No.
It's not accidental.
Get a case for like a gator guard.
Yeah, well, I realized, like, I don't really want to get all of my stuff graded because I have so many Deathstroke comics. It's really, I feel like I want to get
the lead up to World War I.
you know, but then, like, I still want to read them. So, like,
Yeah.
that one I read.
People like Frankfurt who would engage in culture war as well. This is the Alex Jones memory guest host, J.R. Jason Nelson. Be right back.
We are making this announcement on the eve of Christmas.
Oh, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I was gonna tell you these couple crazy facts because I was going over this year's sales on DC and Image,
Yeah.
and my DC sales from the start of 2003 to the end of 2023 to 2024, that until now, sales are down 65% for DC,
Uh-huh.
but they're up 300% for Image.
And Image is the Geiger group.
Yeah, all that Geiger stuff. Yeah, but
Yeah,
they have
well,
a lot of good books. They have all the Spawn stuff, all the
oh,
Geiger stuff, all those Universal Monsters stuff, GI Joe, Transformers.
oh, okay.
Hold on, I'm gonna look at a book real quick.
Well,
Take it out. Okay.
just looked up the Cryptology magazine. It says it ships January 8th. Someone on Facebook said they just got a copy of it.
It's not really grip. It's just still here. But it does go like kind of through it. Like kind of. It wouldn't get 5 miles. It'd still be higher. Yeah.
I'll check something here.
What else? Yeah. What's the other thing? Like the bug thing. Yeah. What's that? Oh, that's a little machine that eats the paper and pulls it through. That's just newsprint. That's why I was telling you some of those books well chairs. It's because of the machine. It's really just. Yeah, that's maybe a close to a 9. Yeah.
360 win. So go to the Alex Jones store.
Like somebody reading it.
Yeah, because it's
Yeah.
so good. I had this one too. Had,
Patriots news 12.
like with it. It's like things that
Because that is a major affiliate deal.
I could cover.
These are great products. So whether you register,
Like a shadow line, would that be good too? Like a line of shadow. Oh, like whenever I was like,
watch you like them, you love them. I've seen your favorite.
Or other.
Review Instagram, X, wherever, YouTube.
I'm on the phone, so I have to.
Might get like an 8.5 or something.
an 8.5.
Yeah, if you're lucky with it there.
You can support and folks get great products that enrich their lives. It's all available. Now, the products and more. And it's so easy.
And the biggest thing is
It's so easy to do.
full, like, yeah, the whole crease.
But it's also on a t-shirt
Fine,
or
very
something that you like. They don't go and create a second URL very easily with one
fine.
click.
Easier to
Just
find.
make sure it's contained, put it in, and then it's
Absolutely. Very comfy.
No, that's the only reason why I want to grade it. And it's like the right page. I feel I really appreciate you looking at it.
Mystery Couch, that's where I go.
Looks like it's already. Did somebody already press it for you?
That's what I kept asking because I bought it at this comic place on Elliott, and
They probably already pressed it.
I feel like they already pressed it. And I'm like, okay, I feel like because I bought it off them for like 150.
Yeah, so I wouldn't
So-
waste any more money pressing it. Because the things that are wrong with it, like another pressing won't fix.
You are receiving the call. You are the resistance.
Or get a nice case for it.
I appreciate you, bro. What was your
Yeah,
name?
Kevin.
Kevin, man.
What's
Thank
your
you so much, Jeff.
Good to meet you, man.
We'll definitely be back. We love your
Oh,
story a
cool.
lot.
Yeah, thanks for coming in.
No, definitely.
There. It's a lot of fun. You take it on the esoteric and occult meaning of horror film. We'll be signing books. We'll be there with a bunch of other people from horror movies, etc.
I kind of see why people grade books now.
Why is that?
It's mostly people that don't know about books, that don't know much about them.
Why would someone that doesn't know much about them want to own them?
He read it and he really liked it. This guy that was just here,
Yeah,
he read the story and loves it. So he doesn't
yeah.
really want caps. He wants to get it preserved, but he wants to read it still at the same time.
Well,
And
what
I
was
said
the
that he
book?
it was the first. It was that Teen Titans with the first Nightwing.
Okay, so
But he doesn't know about old books like the newsprint and everything because the little holes in the bottom of the page, he thought those were bugs. So he's gonna send it and get it graded to see what's up with it.
oh really? I mean that's just part of the printing process.
Yeah, I said that's how the machine would grab the pages and feed it through.
Oh wow.
I said no, those aren't bugs.
So you must know Teen Titans through the cartoon growing up, maybe?
Probably.
Okay. Well,
Hey, look at these items in this bag. Look, I got another one of these.
what? Where are these coming from?
This came from a tractor trailer. Like a tractor trailer full of toys, like exploded in the back of this 18-wheeler.
Wait, what are you talking? What are you talking about?
It was like a whole 18-wheeler full of like gumball machine toys that like exploded inside this trailer.
Are you joking with me?
No, no. So this guy's selling them.
Yeah, these are great.
Yeah, look at a little mini camera. Look at this little corn guy.
So these are your collection, or there's stuff you're reselling, or what are
Look
these?
at this. I'll probably fill up my gumball machine. Look at this. Have you ever seen a green pokey?
No, that's fantastic.
And now look at orange Gumby. They
Can you
reversed the
get
color.
more of these things?
Dude, they color swapped each other.
I know, but can you get more of these?
They color swapped them.
That's great. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, look at this guy. I've never seen this guy before.
That looks like the Lorax, I think. Dr. Seuss.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I never knew
I
they made a muscle of them.
I never. These are great. This stuff looks awesome, dude.
Yeah, this is the best stuff we've seen all day. Why were
Look at
you
this.
holding out on this?
I
What,
forgot. Look at this. I was looking at it yesterday.
what was that King Kong head you had?
Yeah, I already look at. I had two of these.
Is that the one where your fingers go in the back or not? No, it's not.
You could use them
No.
for little masks for like a 12-inch figure.
I
Oh
love
Like,
those.
yeah, those are great.
Yeah, those go on a rearview mirror of your car.
yeah,
Those are.
that's what the thing's for.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
let me
love.
know if you get a King Kong you're selling, because I'd love
Yeah,
one of those.
But you could
put
put this as a mask on a
put
12-inch
mine in
figure.
mind not to. I would love one of those.
Is there still a way you can get a hold of this guy and buy more?
Yeah, yeah. But then I read this thing because I was wondering because like this guy didn't match up from what I ordered from him. Then I read his advertisement more, and it was like you're gonna get what you see, but some of the things are slightly different. And it goes on to talk about this whole 18-wheeler is full of these things, and he's trying to build these sets.
That's crazy.
Oh, okay. You got this through mail order. You didn't get this in person.
No, look at this bagged roach.
No.
This is a magnet.
Is it wood? It's wood.
Yeah, that's one of those erasers. Remember those?
Yep.
Got a mood ring. What's this? TV.
Yeah, it looks like a little TV.
What are they watching? A western?
Yeah, it looks
It's an
like.
iPad. A tablet.
Oh, this one's good. Look at this. Look at this Mad Ball.
Wow, a knockoff Madball, unpainted. It's a pencil top.
Yeah,
That's good.
that's great.
Yeah.
Elon Musk should carve the moon into that shape.
Oh, that would be so cool.
Oh, some ice cream. No, look at this shrinkflation. They got this is a Big Mac.
Jumbo burger. What is this
That's
supposed to be? A necklace? That
yeah. You put your hamburger in there. This is what caught my eye. Yeah,
Yeah, that's fantastic. What is that? What is the scale of that? Is that like
it's like a 12-inch. I'm trying to see if I had a 12-inch figure.
that would fit on a GI Joe?
Yeah,
Is that an R2D2? It is, isn't
yeah.
it? That's funny. That's the best Star Wars toy I've ever seen. I'm not even joking.
It's R2D3.
Now, many decades, hopefully 2000, and others around that time. There's also the 1990
This is the one that Colin Cantwell designed.
that Bush
Yeah, that's his original design.
things transitioning the American economy over into the industrialized service economy.
Oh, I didn't even look inside here.
People think that it's all just happening organically. They don't
Oh,
think
look at it, the sub.
work is work and work like harder. Essentially, this was Secretary of State Department. This became a plan
It's a
to.
sub you can build.
It's not everyone knows the
Oh, it
gold.
dives. It's a real diving submarine.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, they also
Diving, put a little bit of baking soda or something in there, maybe.
Yeah, let's read it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's why it comes with the spoon. Use small spoon and put 2 spoons of baking soda. Center. Put both pieces together. Push under water 2 to 3 times to let air out. Now the sub will go up and down in water.
Nice. Beautiful. So cool.
And look at that spoon.
America into a
I can put it in there with my sea monkeys.
Yeah.
actual socialism if they were able to get more and more people to not have families and to live in these sort of
Bottom red.
at the same time.
Mm.
The Stanford Research Institute was putting out papers on alternative lifestyle, pushing alternative living. People
The
like
hell goes
Toffler even talks about how they would attach alternative sexual lifestyles to other alternative movements like anarchism, vegetarianism, nowadays veganism, communal living, intentional communities, all these kinds of experimental lifestyles.
I saw on the Two Morrows website that cryptology ships January 8th.
Yeah.
You've got rumors that the Esalen
Somebody
Institute.
got it, what, straight from the website or something?
I think that, yeah, they ordered it from them. Maybe they shipped to subscribers and then to the stores.
Yeah.
So like this is sounds crazy to you, but this is all in the documents. When you actually
Yeah,
really
that
saw
sounds right.
it. So that's why they push so hard the legalization of all forms of
Well, that's pretty good, especially the King Kong head, the R2D2, and the Gumby and Pokey are my favorites of those.
Hmm.
here, but the point is that it's
Yeah,
legal form of social and weaponry. It's a weapon.
is Gumby under trademark or is he free game?
No, that's pretty copy because they've tried to bring him back a few years back. They had a Gumby movie. It's still owned. It's not public domain for sure.
Suppression of all types of
And then the Eddie Murphy routine on Saturday Night Live kind of gave him a new popularity, I think.
they don't want that now for the public. They want that only for certain select members of the elite. They essentially want to give us
Does that say Little Rascals?
dysgenic
Yeah,
products and
it
technology.
looks like it.
Next, they will
Yeah.
close
It's
What's the
clubhouse.
picture supposed to be?
I think it's the clubhouse. Is that what that is?
certain advanced countries
So weird.
Uh,
create
It
Weird
said it was
looking.
a broken computer.
that would help.
yeah, I was thinking it looked like a broken computer
Oh
too.
my
I
goodness.
don't know what's going on there.
That's a weird. Yeah, it's a weird illustration. The
2014
pog. What's on the other side of the pog? Anything?
real bad
Um,
how many
Blank. No.
thousands of people died in the third
King
world
World.
of the COVID
San Juan Capistrano.
supply chain interrupted. So you had
Oh, Amblin is probably the Steve. That's the Steven Spielberg company. Was he behind
Oh
that
yeah.
remake of Little Rascals and
Yeah. It's a
the Penelope Spheris movie?
yeah, it's from that movie.
That must be what their clubhouse looked like in that movie. That
yes.
yeah, everyone loved that movie, but me, I never. I watched a few minutes of it, but it seemed pointless to remake that.
I watched it because my kids were little at the time and my kids liked it.
But I mean, I I come at it not wanting to like it just because it's just imitators. It's
Hey, there's this new kind of video I've discovered on YouTube. It's people getting busted for stealing in like California and Seattle and stuff. And they're going, "Why am I getting in trouble? Why am I getting arrested?" And I guess because they're making it illegal again to steal.
yeah, that okay, that's interesting. I wonder why they're suddenly doing that.
Yeah, you should see it. You should watch some of them. There, it was pretty funny. This, oh man, and then this girl had drugs on her too, and then she was like, and they're like, "Well, we're gonna arrest you for drugs too," and she's like, "What? You can't arrest me for drugs." And then I guess the law had just went into effect like 4 days earlier.
Yeah, it just that they passed that Measure K this year, and then another prop to change all those laws that made it legal or not legal, but it was you don't get it's just a citable offense. It used to be you just get a ticket if you steal something under $1,000. All these
Guys came back.
it all changed this year. Everybody voted against it, so now it's back to normal again.
I got these.
Hmm.
Being surprised that they're being arrested for shoplifting when they were not.
Because they've decimated whole communities. I mean, all the stores have left.
Completely destroyed.
Cleo and I were watching drive along. I don't know, some fancy street in Hollywood with all these fancy businesses, and she said, "Look, they're all closed up."
Yeah.
And
Way and all.
somewhere over there near the hills, I don't know where it was.
Yeah, there's a guy in San Francisco. His channel is called Metal Leo, and all his videos are him just walking down the street, showing all the businesses closed and all the street people and all the crime, and he just walks around and talks about all the businesses closed. And so they can
Metal Leo, huh?
show what it used to be. What's that?
The word metal and Leo.
Yeah. Yes, the word metal and then a space and then the word Leo. Metal Leo.
Oh, I've
Okay.
seen that guy's videos.
Real popular. He gets thousands of views, and he just walked around and shows he's all. He even has catchphrases. He says, "Close now." Kind of has this accent. He'll be all, "This used to be Walgreens, closed now. This used to be KFC, closed now. Yeah,
Hey, the
for sale, for lease. Now nothing coming soon." He says, "You know what it means when it says coming soon? That means nothing." Yeah, he's funny, dude.
the video I was watching last night was it was actual camera footage from the police. It was like the police their own video put out.
Oh, cool. Was it those girls that were stealing like all in one night? It was like 3 girls that were stealing from multiple places, and they followed them and chased them
Yeah,
around.
there was that one. There was
And
that one, and then there was this other one where this girl was at like Home Depot stealing, and she was with some guy, and the guy bailed out, and then and then she just ended up getting arrested because she wouldn't. They gave her a chance, and she knocked over all the buckets at Home Depot, those orange buckets. They would have let her go, but she did that, and then they busted her. Dude, they went to grab her to put her in handcuffs, and she did a front flip, like roll.
That's on the Metal Leo channel.
away though, right? She didn't get away.
No, this I don't know what this channel was, but it was like it was all the police cam footage, so it must have been put out by the police department.
Right.
Mhm.
Oh, did you guys see this one guy? I heard about it, but I never listened to it until last night. There's this guy in Mesa at the Walmart I go to. He sprayed like flea and tick killer, like bug spray, all over the fruits and vegetables and rotisserie chicken.
I saw that story.
Yeah, that was at my Walmart.
And the airport too, right? The
Dude,
airport.
and then remember I got sick. I got sick from eating vegetables there once too.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I've been doing that.
So how long has he been doing that? And can I get compensation from him?
There was a story that just happened here. Like I think I just saw it like last week. Maybe it was 2 weeks ago, but it was a shoplifting story as well. And it was that real high-end mall connected to Heavenly Valley at Tahoe. You know where I'm talking about, Kevin? Where it's like
Yeah.
So they arrested these two ladies that they had been surveilling for over a year. Check it out. One of these ladies was a dentist. So these ladies were from San Jose, and they were stealing high-end jewelry, handbags, watches, clothing from all these high-end boutiques in Tahoe, Reno, San Francisco, and they had been and they busted them in Tahoe like last week or the week before, but they they went to their house because they showed the footage of, and it was like older ladies. It was like ladies in their 50s. They looked like they were like maybe, I don't know, like Eastern European immigrants or something. You know what I mean? I don't remember what the name was, but it looked like that's what it was, like a dentist whose the lady's name was, she was maybe Russian or something. But yeah, they were just stealing super expensive stuff, and they were driving in an Audi, and they were rich people stealing rich people stuff and just getting away with it for a
Were
long
they
time.
waiting? Did they wait a year long to try to take them down bigger?
Maybe they did, because it said they had been surveilling them for a long time, for over a year, because they were doing these only every month or two. So they would do it like in resort places, high-end places, but only every couple of months. And it had during this time, she had stole over $20,000 in items.
Yeah, this other video with these three girls going around to like all these different places, and they were stealing shit, not even caring. Like, and then the police actually chased him down, and they were so surprised.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
I
they
heard
were
them
like,
talking in the back of the cop car.
"Yeah,
Yeah. So, did you know that this was illegal? Did you know that you could get arrested for stealing?
well, I saw in like this part of San Francisco, they're closing the last CVS in the whole town.
Yep.
They get $10,000 stolen per day.
Yes.
Oh man.
You know, I think
Walgreens.
$1,000, a place that gets $1,000 stolen would be closed. Like, you would think, not 10,000. Like 10,000 is crazy to stay open now if you're getting 10,000.
The Safeway, I think, has been losing even more. That the Safeway in the Fillmore, they were going to close it a year ago, and then they put it off, and then now they're finally going to completely close it because it's been losing, same deal, like $10,000-$20,000 a day or more.
So, and the whole reason for this is they thought by not making it a jailable offense that they would save money by not putting these people in jail.
Yes.
Look how much
That's
damage. Look how much damage they've done to the businesses.
Yeah, they did it in a way to make their jobs easier. They'll say that they did it to streamline or clean up the judicial system or the justice system, but in the end, what they did was completely destroyed the local economy and businesses.
But I think they wanted to get rid of those businesses because that's
Yeah,
all
I think
part of their plan to just have the giant retailers are the only ones that survive.
I agree that it's by design, and I agree that it was all tied in with everything else purposefully.
Yeah,
There's a reason why they use San Francisco. They use San Francisco like some sort of a flagship. There's a reason why they have completely neglected it to the point where it's at right now. They want to set an example for other
Oh,
people.
well, also they can make the place worthless, and then they can buy it up for pennies on the dollar.
Yes, absolutely. That's also true. Either that or they can just burn it down like they did in Maui.
Right.
Uh, but,
Well, I got to tell you guys a story real quick. Okay. Earlier, when Kevin was showing that Cabbage Patch doll that ate the
right.
hair, so
Yeah.
I have to tell you a real quick story about this patient that I had that had this disorder called trichotillomania, and this was I worked in a secure lockdown mental health facility on an adolescent psychiatric unit. So it was like a lockdown with a bunch of mentally ill children, kids from 12 to 18. So there's this patient that I had that I knew for a number of years. She's like 13 or 14 at this time. She has this trichotillomania thing where it's genetic, but also during times of anxiety, and then she uses the mania to treat her other mental health symptoms to make her feel better. And what she does is she picks out her eyebrows and her eyelashes and she eats them. Once all of her eyelashes and her eyebrows are gone, then she starts picking off the crown of her hair and eating that too. Once with medication and with treatment, you're able to get her to stop eating her hair. She'll eat other inanimate objects if you're not watching and stuff. And so she's a problem at home or at school. And so then they come and they send her to us and we treat her for sometimes months at a time. So she's with us at this point. And I'm at the gym. I've got like 8 kids and she's one of them. And this gym isn't like a real gym. It's just like a big open area that has padded walls and a carpet and a couple basketball hoops and a volleyball net. And we play sports in there. It's really great. And it's like safer and everything. We got a volleyball. Kids are playing volleyball. I've ended the volleyball game and I've got everybody lined up and we're getting ready to leave. And everybody has to go walk in a line and they're real obedient. They have to follow directions and stuff. There's like a level system. There's a whole thing. It's like, it's all controlled, right? And so they're all getting ready to line up. And there's this one kid. And I remember this moment like it was yesterday. It's like a car crash and everything goes into slow motion. I remember this kid really well. He's got the volleyball, and as he's like the last person to come to the line, and I forgot to tell you, the girl with the trick, she is really disabled mental health wise. She's like younger for her age. She's just getting up in the level, so she's able to come to the gym because of her behavior. She's not able to have certain privileges, so she has to stand right next to me. She even has to hold my hand or hold my sleeve at certain moments because it's part of her therapy and her treatment. If she's feeling anxious and she's gonna start acting up, she'll either grab onto my wrist or I'll be able to tell, and I'll grab onto her hand and I'll move her a little closer. So anyway, she's standing right next to me the entire time, the whole volleyball game. She's not playing, she just stands next to me. So this kid, as they're coming, he slams the volleyball on the carpet, on the floor, and somehow he does it so hard that it bounces all the way up to this super high ceiling. Like it's like 30 feet up in the air, the ceiling. Up on the ceiling are the lights, and over the lights are these plexiglass, like safety glass, right? So the ones that when they break, they bust up into little squares, right? And so like little squares of plastic. It's not really glass, but it's still like sharp little glass. So this happens, and now it goes into slow motion. He watches it go up and bust, and he's immediately bummed because he wasn't trying to break the light, and he wasn't trying to get in trouble, and so he's kind of bummed. So he's like, like that. So that's happening in slow motion. I go like this to move everybody against the wall. Everybody like follows because they're already getting in line. I'm like, get back, move against the wall, right? Like that. And he's like all bummed. He knows he's in trouble. He's going against the wall. As all this is happening, all this glass is like falling down and showering down onto the carpet, right? And I can feel in my periphery the girl, we'll just call her Rita. So I can feel Rita edging a little bit, right? And the corner of my eye meets the corner of her eye, and she's trying to slowly edge in slow motion towards the glass that's falling. And just as she's reaching out, like she's reaching her arm out as far as she can, the other arm is coming towards me. I grab her hand like that, and she's gotten down on the floor and as close as she can to one little piece of this plastic. And it's a little square of glass or plastic like that. The one that's closest that has fallen, and finally they've all landed on the carpet, the indoor-outdoor type carpet. And I've got her, and she's reached all the way out, and she has this little piece of glass in her hand, and like that, she looks at me with this look of guilt, and she's busted, and I've got her by the hand. She takes that like that, and she goes and tosses it up in the air and tries to catch it in her mouth. And it was so hard for me not to laugh. But some of the kids that are behind me, they're all higher functioning. They're like regular teenagers that have tried to commit suicide or punch their mom or stab somebody at school or something like that. So they know what my job is. They're aware that I'm like this like super babysitter, but I'm also a prison guard, but I'm also a psychiatrist, sort of. So they're like, oh fuck, Dave. They're like, holy shit, oh crap. They kind of laugh a little bit, and I'm like, I pull her over, and she's all bummed. Everybody's bummed, but the people are kind of chuckling. But it blew my mind. It blew my mind that she had it. She wanted to eat that piece of plastic so bad because just anxiety of being where we are. She's not able to eat her hair for an hour playing volleyball. An opportunity like this thing, an emergency happens, and there's a little piece of plastic. She might be able to eat it, and then she tosses it in the air. It was fucking funny. It's a great job. It was the job that I loved the most because it was closest to the military, because it was and to working in the emergency room because it's exciting because anything could happen at any minute. There could be it's physical and it's mental. So I really like working in mental health. It's good. That's
Yeah, well, that does sound like that's not going to bore you.
No, but you get stressed out. You need a break.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, it becomes real stressful, and you can get physically, burned and stuff. Like some of my coworkers really got physically.
Well, got a lot of rain here. This restaurant we go to every Friday is opening in a couple of hours. Last week we went at like at 8:30, and now they've got like new rules I see on Facebook. No one will be served after 8:30. I'm just wondering if we were the ones that caused them to establish this new rule: no food after 8:30 because they close at 9. So I thought, man, I feel guilty. But she had gotten off work, and I think that was last Saturday night. I don't know. Who knows? But got a fish there. So I probably need to. I've been going like 6 hours. I probably need to go up there and see how she's doing, man. She could be mad at me going this long. But it's been an interesting episode, I guess. Tomorrow, I don't know if Cleo's working. If she is working, I'll do a live stream. If she isn't working, I might just do a quick show in the early morning. But I'm not gonna abandon her for a whole day. Tomorrow, she is not working. So, looking forward to reading this flashback book here. This book is looks like that's going to be a lot of fun to read. From Ron Adams, the guy that puts out Monster Bash. So, anything else going on, guys? What was that video? The thing again? It was called what? What was the YouTube channel was? What was it called? Man Ape or what was it?
What was it?
The channel that you were talking about that showed shoplifting things. What was that called?
Oh, well, the one that I was he doesn't show. He just shows
closed stores. What was his thing?
He just walks around. Mostly, he just walks around San Francisco and other areas in the Bay Area and shows how everything looks from the exterior.
What's his name again?
Metal Leo.
Metal Leo. I was calling him Man Ape.
Yeah, no,
I don't know why I thought that. Metal Leo. I'm gonna have to go look that up and see what that's like. And
it's good.
Well,
all right, guys.
I think I'm gonna head on. Ease on down the road, ladies and gentlemen. Take care, everybody. See you guys soon. Goodbye. Goodbye.